Hello, my Teaserking family. How's everybody today? Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Enjoy our day, everybody. That's the key to life. Just you can control yourself. Just be happy. So we had a pretty good day yesterday in college. We talked about the games. We had Memphis -1. They win easy. We have East Carolina. Now, this game confuses me. East Carolina blows out Coastal Carolina as I thought. However, number 10 was in the backfield for Coastal Carolina, Grayson McCall. And now I ask myself, he's in the transfer portal. What the fuck's he doing playing? Now I'm confused. So you can be playing and in the transfer pool. Hartman from Wake Forest plays for Wake Forest, then enters the transfer pool. McCall goes into the transfer pool first, so we think he's not playing. The line drops from like 9 to 7.5, thinking he is playing, and he did play, but he gets hurt in the game. So it's he scores a touchdown, makes it 14-10 Coastal, and I'm thinking, oh my God, he's not supposed to be out there. But on the play, he lands on his neck or on his head, and he hurts his neck, and he's out for the game. And then East Carolina blows him out, as I thought they were going to do if he didn't play. But the line movement confused me. It didn't confuse me. It led me to thinking something was going on. I thought maybe East Carolina's quarterback was, why is the line dropping? And it's because McCall played. So you get an easy win with East Car, an easy win with Memphis. Again, Utah State's quarterback's out. That's why we look at the injuries. That's why we look at the quarterbacks. Today, we've got 4 games. I've locked 2 of them and played a third one. The game I didn't play was Texas Tech, Mississippi. I thought long and hard about playing the game over. Texas Tech's explosive, no defense. Ole Miss runs the ball a lot. I'm a little afraid they're going to run the clock down, and I think I think Texas Tech's going to have trouble stopping the run, and it's going to make it difficult. Will it still be high? You got 71, which is a big number. Let's go through the numbers now. Let's see anything change. It's 12:32. And I don't know game times. I just know there are 4 games today. Let's see, where am I? So with 4 games today. Now, tomorrow we got Dallas, Tennessee, which we'll talk about. So let's refresh the page. Even though the page comes up, let's refresh it. So we got Duke 3.5, 62.5, which really hasn't moved. We got Arkansas 2.5, 69.5. Arkansas 2.5. That line moved from 67 to 68. Now 69.5, heavy over as I would expect. And let's see the time. So 2 o'clock is Duke, 5:30 is the Arkansas, 8 o'clock UNC Oregon. 2 explosive heavy overs, 13.5, 74.5. That's about what it started at about 71. I think I got my bet in on this at 71.5. Then it went up to 75 and now 74.5. That's at 8 o'clock. Oregon, we know how explosive. They score 40 a game. North Carolina can score. They should be able to score in Oregon. They did have trouble against Clemson in the red zone. Oregon, I think one of their cornerbacks is sitting out for the pros, but as far as I know, Bo Nix is playing. And then Ole Miss, 3.5, 71.5. And that number hasn't changed. Let's see. UCLA 5.5, Notre Dame 2.5, Clemson 5.5, Iowa 2.5, 31.5 still, Alabama 6.5, 55.5, Michigan still 7.5, 58.5, Georgia still 6.5, 62.5, Illinois 1.5, 45.5, USC 1.5, 62.5, and Utah 2.5, 51.5. That's just right in the scores from yesterday. So Georgia Buffalo, I thought would be high scoring. Apparently, it was in the Alabama, which is apparently cold. And let's see, 23-21 Buffalo. I know somebody had Buffalo here, which was good pick, getting 10.5, or he bought it up to 7.5. This is why you don't need to buy it. We can't guess the score that accurately that they're going to lose by 7. If you think they're going to, if you're betting the dog, you're thinking they're going to win. You're not betting the dog thinking they're going to, if you bet the dog thinking they're going to stay close, don't bet the dog. You can only bet the dog if you think they're going to win. Buffalo beat them. I'm not sure. I was that sure Buffalo was going to win the game, but I did like it over 61, but it didn't get there. But again, if it was cold, Memphis wins 38-10. I had that one. Memphis only -1. East Car 53-29. Love that one. Again, McCall wasn't supposed to play, but East Car is just very strong team. Much better than Coastal Carolina. The over-under on the game was 66 it ended at. And you can see an 82. So that's good. I'm expecting a lot of overs coming up. And then the last game, Wisconsin wins 24-17, a 41, over under a 44.5. I did like the game under because you didn't have Spencer Sanders, you didn't have Wisconsin. I really got to check the box score to see who the hell quarterbacked in this game. But we'll worry about that at another time. So that's basically the line. So if I run through today's games, I like Duke. But it should be a tight game, but I'm getting 3 points. 62 over under, probably an over with Duke. Duke, UCF has a Plumlee, who's a good running quarterback from Ole Miss, who transferred to UCF. But I think Duke's the better team here. I like Duke. Kansas, Arkansas, as I said, I like the dog and I like the over. Oregon, North Carolina, it's a little too many points to take Oregon, but because that number's so high, and as far as I know, May's playing the quarterback, I like this game also over, but it's a big number, 74, 68. It's about as the max of my range. Like I said, though, I already bet it at 71, so I got 65, which is still I'm expecting 50 from Oregon. I'm expecting 20 from North Carolina. Hopefully I get a score like the East Car, 53-29. I think once Oregon gets rolling, they're just going to keep rolling. And then North Carolina, as far as I know, Bo Nix is playing. Now, the confusion, these guys in the transfer portal, what the fuck is that? You're in the transfer portal. Are you playing or not? I think you're not playing. Grayson McCall played. Hartman played. Well, Hartman, I think, played and then went in the transfer portal, but I never looked. I never saw the line actually went Wake Forest. I knew he was playing in this game. You could see it went on McCall. So that's why you got to watch the line. Now, I'm not seeing much line movement. I'm seeing Kansas, Arkansas go to 69, which is a good thing. I'm seeing Oregon, North Car go up to 74, which is a good thing if I like the overs. Mississippi, I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing the over go up, which I thought it would in this game. So you've got to watch the line, and that's what I've been watching on UCLA. I like UCLA a lot, and they went from 3.5 to 5.5. So I'm going to make UCLA the free pick here. I love UCLA if they all play because Slovis is out for Pitt. Their backup's not very good. And you're going to see Pac-10 football. You're going to Thompson Robinson and Charbonnet play, which it looks like they are, because the line went down to 3.5, so maybe they weren't. But then it jumped back to 5.5, which means, yeah, they're playing because that's the true line here. And this line should be 10. I got UCLA at 10-point favorite, so now we got them even. So we'll make UCLA the free play. And then I'll give you a pro free play. So free play UCLA, really like them. They're so much better than Pitt. This reminds me of my 11-team teaser. In my 11-team teaser, it was the last week of the pros, and it was like Peyton Manning needed the game for 1 seed, and Brady needed the game for 2 seeds, and in the NFC they needed it for 1 and 2 seeds. So all the 1 seeds blew out, all the 2 seeds that all the teams that needed it for the bye won. There was a Green Bay Chicago over, which I bet at that time. I don't know. Rodgers, lit it. He was injured. He came back, and they needed the game for the playoffs. Everything fell into place, and then I added 3 college games. One of them was UCLA over Virginia Tech. UCLA had that other quarterback, I think Huntley. This guy was a good runner and a good passer, much like Thompson Robinson. And I said, and they were laying like 7, and I just said, okay, I'm laying 1. Virginia Tech's quarterback sucked, but I think he's in the NFL. I mean, even though he sucks, a typical case of a guy who sucks in college, the pros draft him for some reason, which I can't understand. He's got the right body type or so. They're so stupid in their analysis. It's all up here. Is the guy capable up here of playing? Joe Montana was. Brady, I didn't see it at Michigan, but he never played much. But you can see it in Rising. You can see it in Thompson Robinson. You can see it with Duggan at TCU. You can see it with Will Howard at Kansas State. You can see it with this guy at Georgia. You can see it with a lot of these quarterbacks that they get it. They know how to win, and they win. They want to win. Even Bo Nix at Oregon, he wants to win. So you have that. And so I take UCLA. The second college game I take Michigan State with that great defense against Stanford, getting 7. So that's a joke. I had Michigan State in 13. They win the game straight out, as I knew they would. This was like a Georgia defense at Michigan State, the no-fly zone. And the last one was the Florida State Auburn, where Florida State was beating everybody by 50 points, and the spread 7. And I see it, and intuitively I laid the 1. I said, oh, they're going to win. I'll lay the 1. So that was an intuitive. Florida State's the best team. They blow out everybody. We'll lay 1. And then the spread was 7. And then the spread started to climb to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 because the teams they had beaten you thought weren't any good were killing everybody in the bowl game. So Duke, they had beaten. Duke was really good that year, and then Duke wins the bowl game 30-0, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, they beat Duke, and Duke's really pretty good." And they beat Pittsburgh and whatever the teams they had beaten were killing in the bowl games. All of a sudden, the line goes to 11, and that's when I jump on. Then I win every. So now Florida State's my last. It's the closer of $5,000. Well, not all 5, but a lot of the 5. The 11-teamer, the 10-teamer, a 7-teamer, a bunch of 3-teamers. I've got Florida State. So that's when I take Auburn in 11. I mean, I had an 11-point trap. So I can't lose. I can easily win, which I won both because they won by 3. It was perfect. They win by 7. They went, and the perfect thing was Auburn took the lead. That's what you want in the trap. Auburn takes the lead. Florida State comes back and takes and then wins the game at the end. My nerves didn't need the way they ended the game, but I hit. But the UCLA part was just perfect. They're a dominant team against the weak Virginia Tech team, and that's what you have here. You got UCLA, this very strong team, very strong offense. Beats Utah, beats Washington. All right, they lost to Arizona, another explosive team. Pitt's not an explosive team. Pitt is a B team with an E defense. So they don't have this great defense, and they don't have this great offense, and Slovis is out. So what do you have? So as long as Thompson, Robinson, and Charbonnet play, I love UCLA here with this offense, and it's Chip Kelly. And I don't know, are they playing or not? And it looks like they are because the line went down to 3.5, like they might not play. Now it's back to 5.5. I'm going to use the line as information if they play or not. We hope it doesn't go back to 3.5, but right now at 5.5, I love UCLA. That is your free play. But I mean, this is like East Car. Well, again, why did McCall play? And then he hurts his neck. He's got, he fell on. He was running in the end zone again, not sliding. He goes over and the guy just submarines him, and at the 1 yard line, and he does a flip and lands on his head, hurts his neck, and off to the tent, and then he doesn't play again. Why the fuck are you doing it? Now, this is a bowl game, right? Oh, it doesn't mean anything. Well, does the McCall. He went out there and he scored, and he gave him the lead. He was playing to win, but why was he playing? And this is where I don't understand the transfer portal. If you're in the transfer portal, why I thought you can't play. So now now apparently it doesn't matter if you're in the transfer portal, you're playing. Unless you've been claimed by another team. See, he was open. He was leaving Coastal Carolina, but he hadn't set where he was going. And I see like Uglia Buglia for Clemson has said he's going to Oregon State. So I assume he's not playing, which I hope he's not because I took Clemson already based on him in the transfer portal. So now I got to understand that. All I do understand is the guy who's sitting out for the NFL. I know he's sitting out. The transfer portal apparently doesn't mean anything. Or maybe it only means if you are signed with another team that you're signed with the other team. Then you're not playing. This is so confusing. And, I don't get like a Michigan should be signing Hartman in a heartbeat. He's better than their quarterback by a mile. Van Dyke should probably go transfer portal to get out of Miami because they've ruined the offense with him, and he should be, let him go to Oklahoma or, not Utah, but, I don't know, the kid at USC is probably young. I think it was a freshman. I think it was a sophomore last year, so he needs to play another year. But that's where Van Dyke should head to, or Oklahoma type of team or Texas or one of these teams. Anyway, so that's what we have. So to my surprise, we see that. So again, McCall played like it was the Super Bowl, right? He's diving in the end zone, getting a touchdown, landing on his head. So don't tell me the kids don't try and don't play and don't want to play. So I think these transfer portal guys are going to play. Again, I hope Uglia Buglia doesn't play, and I don't know if these other transfer portal guys have transferred won't play. So maybe it's Hartman, I think, I didn't even see him in the transfer portal, but he played, and so did McCall. So let's see what else happens. They're normally second stringers, like the kid at Michigan who lost the job, transferred to Iowa. The Iowa quarterback transferred out. So I don't know if, like McNown, I don't think he'll be on the sidelines at Michigan, but he's probably pissed off. He lost. He takes you to the playoff and he loses his job for no reason. But the kid who's there, this McCarthy, is terrible. So I don't see where they're not going to beat TCU with this kid. TCU is a very, very strong team. I'm just shocked at this line. I got Michigan -7. That's what the line is, but I think that's just what I thought the line would be, not what I really think. I probably think TCU is a 3-point favorite. But again, I'm kind of guessing what the line should be when I make my line as opposed to the real difference. So again, the only games we know and certain are TCU, Michigan, Georgia, Ohio State, where we know these guys aren't sitting out. Now let's get to the pros. So let's refresh. You hate that. You think when it goes to the new page, it automatically gives you the new line, but sometimes you need to still hit the refresh to get it. So Dallas 10.5, 40.5. So anyway, so today's games, I like Duke. I like Kansas in the over. I like the over in the Oregon game. And I'm laying away from Texas Tech, Ole Miss, but I do think it's an over. But Texas Tech's an over team. Ole Miss scores good, gives up some points. Texas Tech probably will light them up because that's what Texas Tech does. We will see, but that's the one I left alone. But if you want to play it over, or if you're looking for a game, play it with UCLA, and then we'll get into the other games as we go. Dallas 10.5, 40.5. That line has not moved. Dallas needs the game because they still have a shot at Philly. And there's one thing that's bothering me is Minnesota. If Philly wins and they play at 1 o'clock and Minnesota plays at 4 for some reason, does Minnesota play? This is bothering me because I really like the Green Bay mini game over. But if Philly wins, they're the 1 seed. Many's clinched the division in the North. So does Minnesota play, knowing they can't get the 1 seed? I'm hoping they still play because they want to knock Green Bay out, or it's too early to pull them, or they're going to assume Philly's going to lose. So they're going to get ready to play. And then what happens, we will find out. So I'm not sure. I'm hoping Mini plays. We will see. But I doubt Philly's going to lose. Tampa Bay 39.5. That line hasn't moved. Washington 1.5, 40.5. Now I am hearing Carson Wentz probably will quarterback because Ron Rivera doesn't like Heineke, even though he's won a lot more games. In the big games lately, he's folded. All the turnovers against Washington, against San Francisco, fucking are under because you're giving them 28 points on turnovers. Doesn't help. That's how you lose an under is the turnovers, right? He doesn't turn it over. It doesn't go fast. But Rivera went for it on 4th and 1 in his own 29, the motherfucker. So Washington, again, with Wentz, we don't like. But then Cleveland, what do you do with Cleveland? No quarterback. You got Chubb, decent defense, not great. Washington doesn't score a lot. What do you do with the game? So I got Washington -6. It's 1.5. The line's really too low to tease Cleveland. Maybe you go under with Wentz because he sucks. Philly 6.5, 43.5. The line hasn't moved. Philly wins. They're the 1 seed. So we are betting Philly on the momentum. We do not care that it's Gardner Minshew. We have no problem with Gardner Minshew. He lit up Dallas, who has a much better defense than New Orleans, and they're at home. I don't see them losing. So I'm not, Hurts isn't playing. There's no way they're going to win. I think just the opposite. I think Minshew's fine. Atlanta, 3.5, 41.5. This is a meaningless game. The over's going up a little. We got to see who the quarterbacks are for both teams. It's the Cincinnati quarterback for Atlanta, and then Arizona. Is it McSorley? Is it the other? Is it Colt McCoy? Who's the quarterback? And they both kind of McSorley, I think, is better, but not much offense. Although they put up on Tampa. I think this is an Arizona play, to tell you the truth. I don't like the Cincinnati quarterback for Atlanta. I just don't see him blowing out Arizona here, and they're good on the road. They're going to play, and I don't mean like Minnesota's not going to try, but is he going to bench guys because he's going to get Jefferson off because the game's meaningless, or is Minnie going to try to beat Green Bay, which I hope they will. I hope Green Bay wins, but I hope Minnie tries. Jacksonville, 4.5, 43.5. The line hasn't moved. Detroit, 5.5 and 52.5. The line went from 51 to 52. This is a screaming of an over game. Detroit, good offense, no defense. The Bears can't stop anybody, but Fields runs for yards. Detroit gave up 300 yards on Carolina. Fields will have a field day. And it was a high-scoring game, the first one, so I think this is high. It's inside. New England, 341.5. This line has moved from Miami minus 2.5. Tagliavua is out. This now goes to New England lane 3, 41.5, down from 42.5. I still like Miami with Bridgewater. I don't see a problem. I don't trust Jones. If Zappe was quarterback, I'd be all over New England. Again, why isn't Zappe the quarterback? Makes no sense. Terrible coaching. KC, 13.5, 44.5. Hello, KC. Okay, there you are. Line hasn't moved. Well, my line's 14. It started at 10, jumped to 13.5. We'll see if Russell Wilson, does it really matter? That's too big of a number in the NFL, 13.5. KC's shown where they don't blow out. Even last week against Seattle, they won by 14 or something like that. It was 24-10, lane 10, so they barely cover. Denver, now they got a new coach, so who knows? They got blown out. They're going to be pissed. I mean, there's still pride. If you're an NFL player, you have pride. You lost by 50 to the Rams. I think that they're going to be a little bit upset about that. So I think they I think they're a little upset, and again, they're used to KC. They play them twice a year. I don't think this is as easily said than done, but KC needs the game. They have a chance at the 1 seed. Cincinnati plays Buffalo. They're a game up on Cincy. They're tied with Buffalo. If Cincy wins, if KC wins out, KC gets the 1 seed. So you have that incentive, which is cooked into the number here of 13.5 because they're saying, well, they need to win. So who's going to bet Denver? Which is true, but it's a big number. Giants, 5.5, 38.5. So it went from 40.5 to 39.5 to 38.5. So the under keeps going. Who's the quarterback at Indy? Is it going to be Erlinger or is it going to be Nick Foles? And, why are you playing Nick Foles? Erlinger should be playing. He's the new kid. You want to get him some experience. Is Matt Ryan going to be your quarterback? I don't know what he's doing. Nothing makes sense there. Again, the Giants need the game for the playoffs. Indy's out. The JETS, Jets, minus 1.5, 42.5. Now, this has been weird. This started Seattle minus 1.5, went to Jets 2.5, and now we're at the Jets 1.5 in Seattle, and it's 42.5. The Jets with the strong defense don't expect a high-scoring number. Seattle struggled against KC for some reason. Don't know why. They'll struggle against the Jets as far as scoring a lot, but I think this will be a close game. I don't care. It looks like Mike White will play. He's not on the injured list. I don't buy the Jets as a road favorite. As you know, I'm very sensitive to road favorites. Very hard to be a road favorite. And I don't see Cincinnati. This is a must-win for both teams. I like the dog in the game. Frisco and Oakland. Frisco 6.5. Up from 5.5 to 6 to 6.5, 44.5. I like the Niners here. The way they're playing McCaffrey and Brock Purdy and the defense. You're not resting Brock Purdy. He's finally out there. Who do you have anyway? McCaffrey, you're not probably resting this week. And Oakland's probably, I think, out of it with the loss to Pittsburgh. So I think the Niners are on a mission. I think they destroy Oakland. Minnesota, Green Bay, the game I'm talking about. Green Bay 3 and 48.5, up from 46.5. People hear my show and they immediately jump on my plays. Let's make this the free play, the other half of the free play. Go over in this game. And again, we're assuming if Philly wins, still plays. And it's Minnie's clinched, right? They clinched the title. They won the NFC. And then last week, they beat the Giants. Now, they had already clinched, beating Indy. They clinched, so they're still playing. They play a 51 with the Giants of all teams. Here you got Green Bay, and Aaron Rodgers is on fire. So I love this game over. A low 40 number, 24-20. This game should be higher than that. I know Green Bay fucks around with Rodgers, runs the time clock. They'll read the defense, but even if it's like Miami, it was 26-20, it was a 46. And Green Bay got 4 interceptions in the game, which should have been more scores. And you wonder if Tagliabue had concussion in the fourth quarter when he's throwing all these interceptions, and then mysteriously has a concussion. So you're like, he probably already had the concussion because, throwing all the interceptions, or it's a good excuse why he threw the interceptions. Oh, he had a concussion. I don't know what I believe with Tagliabue. I don't think he had concussion. I think he just sucks because he sucks. But that's what you have. So I think Green Bay is rolling. They got the receivers, Rodgers. They must win the game. I look for them to score early and often against this Minnesota defense. It sucks, but if Minnesota, as long as they play, they're not going to stop Jefferson. They're not going to stop Thielen. They're not going to stop Cook. And Minnesota easily gets in the mid-20s. Green Bay's in the mid-20s is a 50. We only want 42. Got to love this game over. The Rams in San Diego. San Diego laying 6.5, 40.5. I love the game over. I don't San Diego's clinched the wild card. So do you stop playing? Do you want to keep on a roll? I think you want to keep on a roll. I don't understand that the guys just won't play. So if you put them in, they're going to play. And you finally have Keenan Allen and Williams and Eckert and Herbert all playing together. So I think you want that. Khalil Mack's playing, and James, the safety's playing. Bosa, he won't play. He's out until next year probably. He's sitting he's just laughing, getting his paycheck. But the way the Rams lit it up, so they're playing. They're out of it, but they're playing, right? And they got Mayfield. He's figured out the offense. Akers is playing. Everybody's playing. I doubt the big fella, Aaron Donald's playing. I don't know why you would play him, and Stafford's out, but I think Mayfield's got a grasp of the offense. You put up 51 on Denver. Now you put up 10 on Green Bay, 51 on Denver. What's the real team? Okay, maybe Denver quit. Is San Diego quitting? Probably not. Will the Rams at home? 40 is 34. How do they not get to 34 with this game? You've got San Diego with the offensive firepower they got. They're got to be good for 30 points against this Ram team. And then you got the Rams that if they are somewhat into what Mayfield did last week and somewhat keep it going, is another 20 is a 40, 45, 50-point game. And all you need is 34. And I just can't imagine this game. I don't know where they're getting this number 40. It's at least 5 points low. I would at least go 47 on it. San Diego's explosive without a defense, and so is the Rams. They're getting a little bit better. And with Aaron Donald out, their defense is not as strong that San Diego should be able to score on them. Now, San Diego pulled a 20-3 against Indy. against Nick Folk, who hadn't touched the ball in 2 years. Again, it's like the guy at Cleveland. What the fuck's his name? But it's just like him, where he, God, why can't I think of the guy's name? Anyway, he's not, so he hasn't played in 2 years either, and he looked like he hasn't played in 2 years. So Cleveland, I don't know why they're not playing Brissett. Cleveland's probably more of an under team right now. They're playing Washington. Yeah, probably be a low-scoring game there. But in this one, I think it's got to go over. San Diego and the Rams, how do they not get to 34? And that leaves us with, okay, it's out of order. Then we got Baltimore Pitt, which is now the Sunday night game. This is a playoff game. Baltimore lane 3. Let's see if Lamar Jackson, the superstar, is playing or not. He's been injured with the knee, which is the problem with the running quarterbacks. So if we look at Baltimore, Lamar Jackson questionable with the knee. Duvernay out, the wide receiver. Bateman out, the wide receiver. So we don't know. Today's Wednesday, though. We'll probably know by Friday. I don't see anybody on Pittsburgh. J.J. Watt's playing. So even if he plays, they're not going to score a lot. If Jackson doesn't play, I like Pitt and 9, and I like the under. Now, the under is 36, so we go under 42. So that's more Jackson not playing. We go under. But I like Pitt and the 9. This should be a very tight game. It usually is with these two. Let's look at the history. But again, it's hard because, you don't. Does that include Jackson? Baltimore wins 16-14 earlier this year. Pitt wins 16-13. Pitt wins 20-19. Pitt wins 19-14. Pitt wins 28-24. Baltimore in 2019 wins 28-10. Then it's 26-23, 23. So you can see this is a very close scoring game. Hence, we like the dog. This is in Baltimore. Pitt wins 16-13. Pitt wins 28-24. Baltimore wins 28-10. Pitt wins 23-16. So Pitt has no problem going to Baltimore. Now, of course, those are with Roethlisberger, and that's the whole key. That's what's killing my trends. I got Roethlisberger trends. Well, I don't have Roethlisberger, so I can't really look at this and go the same way. However, I do like this. I still like the dog because Baltimore doesn't show me much. All right. And the last but not least, Buffalo 1.5, 49.5. Now, I love Cincinnati as a home dog. Buffalo on the road has not looked very good. Anyway, Cincinnati, I feel, is the better team, especially with Von Miller out. I also love the over in this game because when you look at Buffalo, look at the Miami game, it was like 32-29. The Lions was 28-26 type of game. Buffalo's defense isn't there, and they're not going to be there against a good Cincinnati Chase and Burrow offense. So you're not going to see them holding them down to 10 points. Buffalo scores. Josh Allen with the running and the passing. It's one thing they do is score. Now, I went to the Kansas City-Cincinnati game for the score. 27-24 is a 51. So here's a 49. You go down to 43. And so at 43, you think this should be a pretty easy with these two quarterbacks. Buffalo really doesn't have the defense. We need 23-20. The KC game was 27-24. The Bills-Miami, the Bills-Detroit game was in the 50s and 60s. So I really like this game over all day. I mean, when you really look at it, you want to take Cincinnati, getting the 7.5 at home. A home dog with Joe Burrow is such a good bet. And then when you look at the over is such it's even a better bet. So it's a two-fisted play because you can really play. Hey, Prophet, how are you? You okay with that Excel file now, or do you need more? You can feel free to ask questions on it now. Did you locate on the tabs on the bottom of your spreadsheet where it says NFL 95, 96, 97? You can just click on the tab and then hit the delete key. We'll get rid of those old ones. You don't need that. I don't need them. I just don't want to delete them. But I don't use any of the early ones. Just if I want to look at, what did the Niners do? Okay, good. Okay. And I updated my 22. And then you can see it automatically updates the totals and the percentages. Everything gets automatically updated. And then if you go and you find the 21-22 tab, which is a little to the right, it's all formula, so you don't have to touch it. And it'll add the 21 season with the 22 season. Then you understand where the trends come from. The question is, can you use them? Or what do you do with Brock Purdy now? Or do you just take Frisco anyway? That's the thing. Cincinnati, you can take the last 2 years with Burrow and things like that. So Josh Allen, now you can go 3 years. He's been there. So definitely like Cincinnati over as well as Cincinnati in 7.5. I think I like the over a little bit better, but you like them both. And that line moved up to 49.5. So mini Green Bay moved up. So that's a good sign. So you watch the line. I think Minnie's going to play even if Philly loses. But I love Philly, so I'm not going to play. I don't want them to lose. I want them to win. And against New Orleans, it's going to be a little tough with Kamara, but I don't think being in Philly, I don't have a problem with Minshew. They played Dallas very strongly. So let's go through the games. So let's first go through our scenarios. So for this, I go into Yahoo Sports. You can probably go into ESPN. It really doesn't matter. And I'm going to get, hey, Bobby. Well, welcome to the class, Bobby. Good to have you here. So did you win with Memphis yesterday? I gave you Memphis. And I gave you East Carolina. All right, NFL. So they're starting to put up the playoffs. Okay, so I'm going to read them. KC, Miami. Now, I don't know if this is official or not because KC is not really the two. I guess this is as of today. Cincinnati and San Diego. That'll be a high-scoring game. Jacksonville, Baltimore will be a low-scoring. Minnie, Washington. Minnie will kill them. Frisco and the Giants. That's a good under. Frisco, I like. Tampa Bay, Dallas. I like the dog there. Then on the others, now that is okay. I don't get what they're doing. So the 1 seed would be Buffalo and Philly, but Buffalo's got to play Cincy, and Cincy will be KC will end up being the 1 seed with wins. So let's go into playoffs. So Buffalo and Kansas City are 12-3, but Buffalo's got Cincy, who's 11-4. Cincy beats Buffalo, they're tied at 12-4, and KC has their own destiny, having to beat Denver and then whoever they play the following week, probably Oakland. And if they lose and Cincy wins the final game after beating Buffalo, then Cincy's the 1 seed. Kansas City wins out, they're the 1 seed, and if Buffalo beats Cincy, I think they clinch the 1 seed because they've beaten Kansas City. So they'd both be 13. No, they'd still have to win. They'd both be 13-3. And if Buffalo loses the last game, KC's the 1 seed because they have a better record. So in this scenario, KC must win out no matter what. Since he beats Buffalo, then it's up to KC to lose, and Buffalo would be at Cincinnati's mercy. So this game is extremely important, Cincy Buffalo, for the 1 seed, as is the Kansas City. Yes, I took East Car Memphis and NBA Memphis game over, hit a nice little 3-team. Well, I don't do NBA, Bobby. That's not a real sport. Profit, how do I update the Excel file? We'll go in, open it up, the file. You got to be in Excel. Open the file, go to 2022, type in your numbers that you want to change, right? So you're adding what happened last week, and then you save the file. There should be a save on the top or a little thing that looks like a disk, and save it. And it'll save to a directory. So you want to save it to a directory, you know where you saved it to. So just call it Teaser King. That's what I do. So you create a folder, Teaser King, you put the file in the folder, then you just open it, make your adjustments, save it. If you go in and just to look, you don't have to save it because you haven't made any changes. You only save to make changes. Something interesting I was watching yesterday. I'll get back to this in a second. So I'm watching on YouTube. I got into a Larry Bird rabbit hole and how good he was. And Magic was saying how good he was. And the thing I've always said was said, which is Michael Jordan never beat Larry Bird in a playoff series. And the question came up, well, if Michael Jordan's so good, but he never beat Larry Bird, how good's Larry Bird? And that's what I keep saying. Larry Bird was better than Jordan, but everybody thinks because Jordan won 6. But Jordan didn't win 6 until Bird and Magic and Isaiah retired. He never won until that happened. He never beat Bird. Bird killed him in the series, and then Isaiah killed him in the series. So when all the good players get out of the league, then Jordan, is left, and there you go. But it was part, and they're saying how good. See, Bird is like playing chess because he would beat you by getting the certain points on the floor. It was like Wayne Gretzky. Gretzky's theory was to get where the puck normally goes. So he would go to the corner and the puck would get there, and then he wheel and deal. And Jordan did the same thing. He was more of a chess player. Well, not Jordan, but Bird was. And Bird would just do fakes. Bird was a great passer and a great rebounder, and he could play defense. But he tormented you even without the ball, where Jordan really needed the ball. He had to score to beat you, but Bird didn't have to. So basically, you just couldn't defend Jordan, but you couldn't defend Bird either. But he would throw it to Parrish and McHale. And I always thought that Magic and Bird were better than Jordan in their heydays. And I always thought Magic was the best player, even though he did have Kareem. And then it was Bird, and Jordan was third. I don't even know if he was better than Isaiah until all the three got out of the league. Then he took over. Hey, Todd. Good one, Bobby B. Now go get your stand. He needs to go buy his gold. Hey, Professor, on my way to place our bets. Okay, Todd, good luck. I love him. I think we'll do fine with him. I'm so hot in the bowls, and I don't even like some of these games. Like, I didn't play Memphis on my Teaser King, but yet Memphis wins. Again, Coastal Carolina. What the fuck was McCall doing out there? He's in the transfer pool and he's playing. And I got East Carolina, and East Carolina blows him out because McCall hurts his neck. But I mean, what the fuck? College, I can't stand because I don't know. Is the guy playing? Is he sitting out for the draft? He's in the transfer pool. Does that mean he's not playing? And apparently it doesn't mean anything because McCall's playing in the transfer pool. So good luck. But yeah, we got to hurry up. I gave you a couple of bets that are going off today. So get those in, Todd. So back to this. So Buffalo, Cincinnati's, a playoff game. KC needs it to go for the 1 seed. And if Cincinnati wins, KC needs to win. Cincy will play. They'll all play. So that's very good. That's what you want. That's what happened with my 11-teamer. It got to the point where these teams were like tied, and Denver needed to win with Manning. New England needed to win with Brady to be the 1 and 2 seed, and they both won by like 20, and I was laying like 7 or 8. Jacksonville's in the lead, 7 and 8. They're tied with Tennessee, who's 7 and 8. But the funny part is, Jacksonville's the division leader, but Tennessee isn't even a wild card team at 7 and 8. They're not there. They need to win, but they're so bad that they're having a hard time. But Jacksonville they haven't clinched anything, but they need to win. Both them and Tennessee need to win the division. It's like Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Carolina. They're bad. They're not going to be a wild card, but they need to win the division. So Jacksonville needs it, but how good's Jacksonville? Laying 4.5 at Houston. I wouldn't trust them with the 10-foot pole. Baltimore and San Diego have clinched wild cards. So there's really one wild card, so it's Jacksonville, Tennessee to win the division. And then Miami at 8 and 7 haven't clinched the wild card, but are in the wild card. They've got the lead. So there's one wild card available because Baltimore is 10 and 5. And San Diego's 9 and 6. Cincinnati at 11 and 4 has not clinched the division, so it's a crucial game for Cincinnati. Buffalo and KC have clinched the division, so Cincinnati hasn't clinched. If they lose the last 2 and Baltimore wins the last 2, Baltimore wins the Central. So Cincy really needs to win to clinch the Central. So Baltimore's still going to play. That's why Lamar Jackson might play, because they really need the game. But we don't know if he's playing. I kind of doubt it. I keep saying he's out for the year. Then I see he's questionable. I don't know what the fuck. San Diego. Now, what do we do with San Diego? They've clinched a wild card at 9 and 6. All right, they can move up and catch Baltimore. Does that help them? Do they try? Do they want to go 11 and 6? Because Miami would play. So let's run this through. So Cincinnati beats Buffalo, but KC wins out. KC's the 1 seed. They get the bye. Cincy's the 2 seed. They get Miami. Buffalo, the 3 seed, would get San Diego. And then Cincinnati, the 4 seed, is going to get Baltimore. Now, and then what happened with Jacksonville? Jacksonville would get Baltimore. Yeah, Cincy would get San Diego. And Buffalo and Miami, or Cincy and Miami, one of those. KC would sit out. So if KC sits out, Cincy's the next. So San Diego definitely doesn't want to play Cincinnati, I wouldn't think. I would think they'd want to play Buffalo. I don't know. I don't know what's easier. They're both going to be motherfuckers to play. So the San Diego keep playing. I think they would. I think you want to get on a roll and keep rolling into the playoffs. You want to keep winning. I think San Diego's going to try. Now we get Miami and New England. It's basically for the wild card. Now Miami's got a game lead, but if they lose, they're 8 and 8. New England's 8 and 8. But if New England beats them, then I think New England gets the wild card. So, depending on the next week, right? So definitely a playoff team. You got Teddy Bridgewater, who I have no problem with. New England without a quarterback. Mac Jones. Now, Mac Jones goes crying into the locker room, injured, but he's not on the injured list. What the fuck? Did he not get injured? Was it, did he sprain an ankle? What happened? But why isn't he on the injured list? So keep your eye on Mac Jones being injured, because he went in crying because he couldn't walk into the locker room. Unless it wasn't this week. Maybe it wasn't this week. Maybe it's just YouTube showing Matt Jones crying, but maybe it had nothing to do with last week's game. The Jets is 7 and 8. Tennessee at 7 and 8, and Pittsburgh at 7 and 8. Oakland and Cleveland go to 8 and 9. If they win them both, I don't think that gets them in, because Miami and New England, one of them is, if Miami wins, they got 9. If New England wins, they got 8, and it's still a game lead. You can see the Jets needing to win, but now you have to, here's where logic comes in. Pittsburgh needs the game, as does Baltimore. So what happens is logic. Does a 7-8 team who have to win gonna win? And this is what I see every year. These bad teams who are there that need to win, but they don't win. Like Jacksonville, right? Jacksonville is kind of a weak team. They need to win, and you think, oh, I'm going to bet Jacksonville because they have to win their division. And then they lose because A, they're a road favorite. B, they're really not that good. They're a 7-8 team. Do you want to bet on a 7-8 team? Hell no. I want to bet on Kansas City. I want to bet Cincy Buffalo game. I don't want to bet Jacksonville at 7-8. So that's what ends up happening is you start thinking, I'm going to go bet the team who needs it with forgetting how good are the teams. So if Jacksonville's not good, which they're not, I mean, they're 7-8. Lawrence sucks. He's just running the ball. So if you get them in a good defense, and Houston does not have a good defense, but they seem to score, and they beat them the first game. So again, they play each other twice a year. And this game's in Houston. I look for Houston to give them all they want. Jacksonville will not blow out Houston as a road favorite. It's never going to happen. They couldn't win at home. They lost 13-7 at home. Amazing. Or 13-6. So be careful of Jacksonville. They need the game, but they're not strong enough. I mean, look at Baltimore, 10 wins. San Diego, 9 wins. So much stronger teams who are losing, So anyway, so those two need it. Baltimore can still catch Cincy, so they're going to play. But they play Pitt in what's always a 1-point game. So I like the dog there, and I like the under there, Baltimore-Pittsburgh. So San Diego plays L.A. I think San Diego's going to play. I think they want to be on a roll. I think they've won a few in a row. And then you got Miami, New England without Tagliabue. Miami's a much better team with Bridgewater, I think, hitting the receivers. So we'll see. I like the dog in that game because New England's not anything special. The great Belichick, 7-8. Oh, I thought he was the greatest coach that ever lived. Oops, I guess not. The Jets at 7-8. I don't get them being favored at Seattle, even if White's the quarterback. He's nothing special. Tennessee's injured. Tannehill's out. Willis sucks. At best, Tennessee's an under. They're playing Dallas with Prescott, who's going to have at least 2 interceptions in the game. It's a tough one. It's probably got to be an under. With Willis, he's not going to get you any points against Dallas's thing. Dallas, are they going to cover 10.5? Are they going to score a lot? Not on Tennessee's defense. So probably an under in that game. We'll get more into it. And then Pitt, Baltimore, must win for Pitt. They can't catch Baltimore or, their only hope for the wild card's Miami. They got to hope New England wins, and then they're tied at 8-8 with Miami and New England. And then we'll see what happens with the Jets in Tennessee. But Oakland at 6-9, I think, is out of it. They can go to 8-9, but Miami's already got 8. The other 2 are already there: San Diego 9, Baltimore 10, and your 4 division winners. So the only hope Oakland has, I don't think they have a hope. I mean, because Miami's already got 8 wins. So worst Miami does is 8-9. Oakland, the best they can do is 8-9. So I think Oakland's out of it. Cleveland's out of it. NFC, we got Philly at 13-2, looking for the 1 seed. Minnie at 12-3, Frisco 11-4, Tampa winning their division at 7-8, Dallas at 11-4, trying to catch Philly, and then the Giants and Washington still because they had the good starts, but they're faltering down the stretch. So what do we got? Philly goes 14-2. Minnie goes 13-3. If they tie, I believe Philly's beaten Minnesota, so therefore Philly wins tomorrow, even though Minnie's 13-3. Even if Minnie goes to 14-3 and Philly loses 14-3, I think Philly beat Minnie. So therefore, Philly is the 1 seed with the win. So that's why we like him against New Orleans. Minnie at 12-3. So what happens if Philly loses at if Philly wins at 1 o'clock, Minnesota plays Green Bay at 4 o'clock? What does Minnie do? Are they going to pull their starters or not? Are they going to get killed by Green Bay, or are they still going to try? Their defense sucks, so Green Bay is going to light them up regardless because Green Bay must win. The question is, does Minnie try and play and get us some points for the over? And I think they do. I don't think it really behooves them to sit out everybody. Maybe the following week, but you don't sit out people 2 weeks before. That's a bit much because then you sit them out for 2 weeks and then say, okay, go play. We've already seen that happen in the beginning of the year, how bad these teams look. So I think Minnie's going to play at least this week. We hope Philly wins because we're betting on them. And then Minnie at 12-3. Frisco and Dallas are at 11-4. So they're in. So Frisco and Minnie have locked up the division. Philly needs to win to lock up the division. Dallas apparently can still catch them if they both go 13-4, and I don't know why. Philly won the first game. Dallas won the second game, but I guess maybe Dallas has more division wins or more in conference. Hey, Alex, good morning. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Let me know if you want to do a bowl thing, but we better hurry because there's two very strong games I like today. What's the play today? Go Kansas over is the play today. My free play is the Vikings Green Bay over and UCLA because I believe they're all playing at UCLA. Is there a rule, Alex, on this transfer portal? Because McCall from Coastal Carolina is in the transfer pool, so I don't think he's playing yesterday. So I take East Carolina. And he plays. Now he gets hurt in the game, so he had to sit out, but he's playing. I got UCF and all the overs today. I took Duke, but not strong. What do you think? Or absolutely go over, but be careful. It's already jumped to 75. I bet it over at like 71.5, I think, or 72.5. But it's an over. North Carolina can flat out score, and Oregon, it's 40 points a game. Did you tease UCF? I teased Duke plus the 3. I was going to do an Arkansas over, but read something about Arkansas players sitting out. Well, I don't know. Is Jefferson sitting out? I think there was some Arkansas, but I don't think it was Jefferson. Yeah, teased UCF. Yeah, that might be okay. That's probably good. I like Duke plus 3. Which players on Arkansas are sitting out? But I'm not seeing a line move. Hold on, let me go to the line. That's what I was looking for, but I don't think Jefferson's sitting out. I think it was some other players for Arkansas, but not Jefferson. But I do remember that, but I said, oh, okay, good, because Jefferson's the key, the quarterback. Refresh. Yeah, Ark's 2.5, 69.5. So it's not Jefferson, or Kansas would be favored now. So I don't think it's key players. Yeah, that's a great over, Kansas. I bet Kansas over, I think, almost every week once I figured out they were an over team. And I won every week with them. They're a good over team. All right, so back to the NFC. So it's Philly, Minnie, Frisco, and Dallas, and everybody else. So Dallas apparently could catch Philly. So Dallas must win, but they had to win against Jacksonville, which really kills them now, losing that game on a pick 6 by Prescott. So they play first, but it doesn't matter. Philly still has to win, even if Dallas loses, because Minnie's a game back. Minnie can win 2. Philly, if they both go, Philly can go 13-4. Minnie can go 14-3. So Minnie can get the 1 seed if Philly loses both and they win both. So it doesn't matter what Dallas does. Dallas is just looking to win their division. I don't think, yeah, because many can climb over Dallas, like I said, with the 14 to get it. So Dallas is really playing for the division. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be tough against Tennessee, but with Willis, he's such a bad – you're not going to get points from Tennessee. Let's put it that way. It's going to be Henry. And so Dallas should handle them pretty good. Minnie's clinched the North. Green Bay needs it for the wild card. So Green Bay, I look for Green Bay to win here. We'll see what happens. If Philly goes to 14-2, they end 14-3. So does Minnesota. And I think Philly's beaten Minnesota. By the way, Professor, ordered a few silver Australian kangaroos and Canadian. Good for you, Bobby. The price is still there, so I don't know what was supposed to happen on December 27th with the derivatives. Maybe it happened, but it's not showing in the price because, again, J.P. Morgan still doesn't want the price to go, but it's going soon. So Minnie's only goal was to catch Philly, so at this point they still can. But if Philly wins at 1, then Minnie's out. But hopefully they'll have played and they'll play against Green Bay. The Niners, they can't. If Philly wins, they're out at 11-4, and they play. I believe they play an afternoon game at Oakland, a 4:00 game. So I don't think Philly's really going to go for the 1 seed, but they might go for the 2 seed. Minnie loses to Green Bay, they're 12-4, and the Niners win, they're 12-4. So the Niners can grab the 2 seed, which maybe they want to play Washington again or one of these teams. I don't know if they want to play Green Bay. That's where Tampa Bay at 7-8 is the 4 seed, and the Niners, let's say they end up as the 3 seed, have to play maybe a better team than Tampa Bay plays. No, the Niners would be a 3 seed, but like Dallas drops to a 5 seed because the division winners go. That kangaroo coin is definitely a thing of beauty. Yeah, I got the one, and it's nice, but I haven't seen others. Hey, Sean. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. Thank you very much. The foot's really acting weird. When I sit like this, or sometimes when I'm on the couch, it swells a little bit, but as soon as I start walking, there's no pain and it's fine. And in the pool and in the hot tub, it's fine. But when I'm sitting like this, the blood's not getting fully circulated, so it's not helping. So again, that's kind of weird, but anyway, I'm much better than I was. Alex, I guess Plumlee quarterback is questionable today for UCF, but they lost some key players. Plumlee is warming up before the game, but they're saying no telling how much he plays, if at all. Well, Duke wants it. UCF's got problems. In their game against Tulane, Plumlee sat out the whole game, as did Mikey Keene, who just transferred to Georgia, which, again, I don't know what that means. Are they still on the team, or if they've transferred in the transfer pool, are they now on the new team? I don't know. McCall played even though he's in the transfer portal, but he wasn't picked up yet. I'm sure he will. So I don't know that you can count on Plumlee. In the bowl game, he didn't try against Tulane in the big game until UCF kind of made a little comeback. Then Plumlee came in late in the 4th quarter and threw a few touchdowns, and Tulane finally ran away. Duke's a very good team, very explosive. I love their quarterback. Just be careful with Duke. The kangaroo coin is definitely a thing. Yeah, Bobby, it's a nice one. Sean, Alex, did you get some cultures? Yeah, it was a really weird thing. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, it is good news. It's just terrible when your foot swells up and you can't walk. It's like if you break your thumb. You don't realize how much you need it till you can't have it. Well, it's so hard to walk. I basically waited to pee, to get up, pee, have a meal, get some water, and then lay back on the couch because it was excruciating just to get up and then try to walk on a swollen foot. It's swollen like that, so you can't put pressure on it. You can't press down. That's the problem with the foot. So I basically waited until because I didn't want to eat and have to get up to go pee. I didn't want to get up twice. So that's how painful it was. Now it's a pleasure. I get up, I can put weight on it, I can walk, push off on it. It's fine. So yeah, that's really good. And I'm trying to figure out, maybe it was pop. I got some chocolate yesterday to test it, and it's still okay. So I'm staying away from pop for a little bit. I had way too much pop, and so I don't know if it's salt, caffeine, I don't know what it is, but so far I've been okay. So I can have a little maybe on the weekend, and then that's it. Bobby, we're all glad the professor is better and better. Well, thank you, Bob. Yeah, it's been weird. I took a week in Lisbon, although I'd come on Saturday and Sunday. God knows what time it was. It was like 8 or 9 in the morning, I think, or 10 in the morning. It might have been after breakfast. When I did the shows from Lisbon, I did the Saturday and a Sunday. So that was, so I was gone for a few days there, and then this illness. So it's been a little bit rough, but yeah, I apologize. I don't want to miss, but if I'm just not healthy to do it, most of it I cover multiple times, like the football now. I get a little more detail than I had yesterday. Okay, so let me know if you want a 10-team or 8-teamer, Alex. We can do that. I have at least 10 college. That there should be a very strong college week starting today. I've got 2 strong plays, and then tomorrow I've got 1 play tomorrow. Well, I got 2 plays. The 30th, I got UCLA. I'll probably play South Carolina, Clemson. And then the 31st, we got Michigan, TCU, Georgia, Ohio State, Mississippi State. Then on the 2nd, Mississippi State, Illinois, USC, and Utah on the 2nd. So I'm loaded. I just hope that Rising plays for Utah. I'm kind of giving that's my last little wait, but we'll see. I think I've got 4 locks in the pros going. I know I've got those 2, but I thought I locked another one, which I can't remember. Oh, no, I know. It's this one. And I think did I lock it with this one? Maybe. So I got 4 locks in the pros, and I've got 5 locks in college. I love the college if everybody plays. The pros are really making sense. We can go through those as we go. So again, it's like the AFC. Philly and Dallas are going for the 1 seed. Frisco can't get there, but is playing very well, and I think they're just going to keep playing on a roll. So I don't think Frisco's going to start sitting people out, especially Brock Purdy. He's only played 4 or 5 games. You're not going to sit him out. He's cooking. He looks like Joe Montana. I'm going to just keep betting him. See, what you do is you bet the under with him because he's not, but now I'm like, okay, fuck it. With him and McCaffrey, I'm just taking the Niners. Tampa Bay struggling against fucking Arizona with Trace McSorley. Come on. I mean, Tampa's just terrible. I'm blaming the coach. I'm not blaming Brady. I'm blaming the coach and the play calling. Fortnite up the middle, 2 yards, first down, up the middle, 2 yards, second down. Now you got 3rd and 6. What the hell kind of play calling is that? That's ridiculous. Alex, Tampa Bay is done. Carolina will beat them. Well, maybe. We'll see how Darnold reacts to pressure. That's really the thing with it. See, this is where people get fucked up. They see Carolina kill the Lions, and they just assume they're going to kill Tampa. But the game's at Tampa with a whole different defense and Tom Brady, not Jared Goff. not the Lions. So, yeah, everybody can beat the Lions in a pressure game when they need to beat them, because when the Lions need to win, they choke. But this is Brady, and yes, they look like shit. I agree with you. I think the Carolina D will shut down Tampa. They will score enough to win via the run game. Well, again, that's against the Lions, so we got to see what players are playing for Tampa. I just think that if Tampa couldn't put up points on Arizona, they're not going to put up points on Carolina. They got that one guy, Boyd or Bryant or something, the defensive end, who's like all pro. So I agree with you. I think they'll put pressure on Brady. I think it'll be a close game. Absolutely. Brady with playoffs on the line, he's not losing that game. Well, the old Brady. No, I like Carolina in 9. I don't know if I like it under. It's probably an under, but it's 39.5. Both teams are under defense. Probably an under. Carolina is going to run the ball. This turns into an Army-Navy game, which means low scoring because they're going to run the clock. So, yes, I would think an under play is prudent, as well as Carolina in 9, because Tampa can't score. So that does make it an underplay. Anyway, so Tampa needs it. So then we got Dallas in. Now we're hunting for the other 2 playoffs. The Giants at 8-6-1. What helps the Giants is the other teams are 7-8, and they're 8-6. So the worst the Giants can do is 8-8-1, and these other teams already have the 8 loss. Although that would hurt them. If Seattle goes 9-8 and they're 8-8-1, then Seattle gets in. So it's a double-edged sword for the Giants. Washington 7-7-8-1, but you can't look. They played the Niners and lost. Okay, and they lost to the Giants, so they're slipping. And if they go to Carson Wentz, they're not going to win. So there's this big log jam here. So the 1 seed's between Philly, Minnie, and Dallas. Frisco's right there, but not a 1 seed. But hunting for a 2 seed and playing well, so they want to keep it going. So they're going to play. Tampa must win. The Giants, Washington must win. And then you got Seattle, Detroit, Green Bay at 7-8. Carolina really doesn't have a chance they can't catch the Giants, because the Giants would be 8-8-1 and they'd be 8-9. So there's only one wild card game left for Carolina and New Orleans. So they're basically playing for the division, those 2. And look at the Rams are now 5-10. They're almost still in it, as bad as they were. What's surprising is like Chicago at 3-12. It just shows you the running quarterback doesn't help you. Bobby, maybe a close game, but he won't lose outright against a clown like Sam Darnold. Well, I agree he's a much better quarterback, but Darnold's been running more, and basically it's stopping the Carolina running game. And for that, you need to go to Tampa against the running team. Like, did they play the Bears, Dallas? How did they look against a strong running game? Atlanta, they're a strong running game. And keep in mind, Carolina plays them twice a year. So we're going to go to that series in a minute. I feel this is where the emotional aspect of the game comes in, as the professor often talks about. Tampa Bay will find a way to win at home, but they haven't blown nobody out this year, so we'll be close. Well, if you saw what happened last week, if you keep Brady close, they're down 10. I don't know how they got down 10 to McSorley. They tie the game, and then he wins it in overtime, and that's what Bobby's talking about. If you keep Brady in the game long, and he's going to win it, and the question is, can Carolina blow him out in Tampa? And the answer is absolutely not. As bad as Tampa plays, Kansas City, these good passing teams, Cincinnati blew out Tampa. But I don't know. I guess Tennessee would be the litmus to this. So let's take a look at who Tampa's played. So what you try to do here is look at the oh, come on, where's their schedule? So here's Tampa's problem. They're 32 in rushing yards, and they want to keep running the ball. I got to go to the other site for Tampa. So one way to figure this out, this is a puzzle, right? We're trying to figure out. I agree, Professor. Bengals was able to because they have Burrow and Chase. I don't think they had Chase in that game, but Panther style fits the Buck style better, where they can win a low-scoring, close one at the end. Yeah, well, absolutely. 3 and 62.5. Well, nothing's changed in the Duke game. It's 3 and 62.5, Alex. So the line as of right now is the same. Let's go into Tampa, and let's look at them, their schedule, right? So Tampa beats Arizona 19-16, loses to Cincy, gets killed by the Niners, which runs the ball very good, although Purdy's good. They beat New Orleans 17-16 at home, and New Orleans has Kamara. They lose to Cleveland somehow 23-17. They beat Seattle at home 21. No, this is the game in Germany. Which was odd. They played their best game in Germany. They beat the terrible Rams 16-13, who run the ball. They lose to Baltimore 27-22, and they lose to Carolina at Carolina 21-3. They lose to Pitt when they had their first game with Pickett 20-18. They have not. Somehow they beat Dallas 19-3 the first week, which makes no sense. They beat New Orleans by 10, and then something happens, and they lose to Green Bay, Kansas City. They beat Atlanta 21-15, which Atlanta was driving for the win. Pittsburgh, running team, and then Carolina, they lost 21-3. So this is all Carolina here. Tampa Bay, all right, except for that first win against Dallas in week 1, which doesn't count because that's preseason. They haven't beaten anybody by any points. We look at the history. So they lose to Carolina 21-3. Now, last year, Tampa won 41-17 and 32-6. The year before, Tampa wins 42-23 and 31-17. So Tampa basically owns them in 20 and 21, which are Brady years. They beat them pretty good. And then Carolina wins 21-3 with this new coach. So this is a streaming Carolina play. There's no way Tampa wins by a lot if they win at all. If they do win, it'll be by a field goal. We take the 9 points. We take the 9 and off we go. All right, so enough Tampa talk right now. Let's finish up these playoff scenarios. So in the NFC, so Tampa needs the division against Carolina. That's a playoff game. I like the dog in the game because Tampa hasn't shown me that they can beat anybody, and they're lucky to win. They couldn't beat Arizona with the third-string quarterback. What the fuck are they going to do against Carolina, who ran it down their throat the first game? So then we have Dallas, who apparently can still catch Philly. So Dallas is a live play tomorrow, laying 10.5, which I hate. Probably an under, because I don't think Tennessee with Malik Willis is going to score, and they should just key on Henry and put Parsons on Henry and Willis, and that should be it. Although Dallas is not the same team with Prescott. He throws too many interceptions, but I think you're okay under versus laying 4.5 with Dallas. They lost to Jacksonville. Did they really lose to Jacksonville? I mean, I still can't believe that. The Giants 8-6. need to at least, I think, win one more. If they get to 9, you've got all these teams at 7, which can get to 9 and 8, but they'd be 9 and 6. These teams have 8 losses. So the Giants clinch a playoff with the win. They're home against Indy, laying 5.5. Who's Indy's quarterback? And the over-under on the game's 38.5. So we like the game under with the Giants defense and Barkley. We also like the Giants in a must-win, but we'll check the Indy quarterback. They win, they're in because of this. The tie helps them in this case, where they go 9 and 6. These other teams go 9 and 8. The only team that won't is Washington can go. Washington would go 9 and 7. So yeah, well, right. The Giants, if they win, are 9 and 6, would go 9 and 7. So Washington's the only team that could catch them, but the Giants would be in the playoffs anyway because they'd be the second wild. So Giants have major incentive. Are they good enough as an 8 and 6 team? They've been playing well. So which team shows up? The team that went to Minnesota, who doesn't have Matt Ryan, who's the quarterback? We like Nick Foles. I don't have a problem with Nick Foles. I don't think that was your problem. I got to watch that game film on Indy and this Indy San Diego game and see what really happened here. Bobby, I agree. Professor Bengals was able to. Okay, we talked about Alex. Send me a big teaser and I'll put it in. Okay. I will do that shortly. Let's see. So we got a bunch of teams, Washington, and then it's Seattle, Detroit, Green Bay. Those are your 4 wild card and the Giants. So those are basically your 5 wild card teams. Carolina, New Orleans at 9 losses. Again, can't beat the Giants. Could get Washington could go 7-9-1, and they could go 8-9. So I think Carolina's actually still in it, and New Orleans in the wild card, as well as to win the division. So if Carolina beats Tampa, Tampa comes down, but then Tampa's available for the wild card, and Tampa's already at 7 and 8, so they'd be in the mix of the wild card. So you've got the Giants win and clinch. You got Washington, Seattle, Detroit, Green Bay, Tampa Bay at 7 wins, and Carolina, New Orleans still could win the division, still could get into a wild card. But things will clear up after this week. So let's look at those games. So we've got the Giants in a must-win. Detroit, Chicago. Detroit's in a must-win. Good luck with Detroit in a must-win. Washington must-win against Cleveland. Philly, New Orleans. This is going to be tough for New Orleans. Philly's going for the 1 seed. The better team is going to win in must-win games, right? The back's against the wall. Philly wants to be the 1 seed. They're going to take New Orleans. New Orleans is a 6-9 team. They did beat Cleveland last week on the lake, but good luck winning in Philly. It's going to be tough for New Orleans. Denver, KC. Well, no. Carolina, Tampa. It's a playoff game. We like the dog. Probably like the under. Frisco, Oakland. We like Frisco. They're on such a roll. Brock Purdy's not going to sit out. They want to keep playing good. McCaffrey, they're getting used to the offense. They might sit McCaffrey the last week because he does have a banged-up knee, but he keeps playing. I assume he's taking the needle. And then Brock Purdy, you want him to get as much experience for the playoffs. I don't think you want to sit him out. And the defense is just rolling. Oakland, good luck against this defense. They got 10 points on Pittsburgh. It was cold. That's bullshit. Devontae Adams played in Green Bay, so I don't want to hear that. So the Niners, the Jets in Seattle, this is a playoff game. Seattle must win, and they're a home dog. All they got is Lockett is questionable, but everybody else is playing. Yeah, they got a weak defense, but the Jets with White doesn't have it's not like Mahomes is coming or like they played last week. Well, that was Mahomes, right? So he puts up 24. I don't know why Seattle, maybe it was cold. They only scored 10 on Kansas City. Doesn't make sense. The Jets with the very strong defense. So I think there's going to be a lot of field goals. I think this is a close game, probably a little bit more low scoring with this Jet defense. So Seattle's got a good chance at home. Mini Green Bay. Green Bay is rolling. Rodgers has his receivers. Minnesota will probably be out of the 1 seed if Philly beats New Orleans. Now, maybe they don't. If Philly loses to New Orleans, then this is all double up on this game because the over will be over at halftime. This is a 46 and a half. It's 40 and a half, 40 points in this game. Green Bay's in the mid-20s. Minnie's in the mid-20s. It's a 50-point game easily. And especially if Philly loses. Now, if Philly wins, Minnie's still going to play their players. Are they going to play them the whole game or half? I don't know, but Green Bay is going to light it up against this terrible defense. It should be similar to the Miami, but I do expect Cousins to throw interceptions. But when you got Jefferson and Thielen and Cook, I expect Minnie to score in the 20s, and I expect them to play. San Diego, what do you do with San Diego? San Diego doesn't need. They're in at 9-6. Okay, they can catch Baltimore at 10-5. They lose to Pittsburgh. So I think San Diego plays. I think I like the game over. It's only 40-34. And we've already talked Buffalo, Cincinnati. So in your playoffs, Dallas, Tennessee is a playoff game. Tennessee needs it for the division. They're tied with Jacksonville, but they don't have the quarterback. Tannehill's out. They got Henry. What do you do with that? He's been fumbling lately. And without Tannehill, you got Willis. You got no chance with Willis. Maybe you play under in the game. Maybe you play Dallas, but hard to lay 4.5 with Dallas. They're just not that good. In the Giants win. They're in the playoffs, so look for the Giants to play a good game. The over-under is 38.5. Indy, is Nick Foltz going to get shut out again, or does he play? Does Indy have receivers? Taylor's out. I don't think you're going to get a lot from Indy here. We'll see. Detroit, Chicago. Detroit needs it. Even with the win, they're not in. They still got to go to Green Bay the following week, which is probably going to be a loss. So they're probably out of it, but mathematically they still want to win. I think there's going to be a ton of points in this. They have no defense. Carolina ran it all over them. Here you got Fields and Montgomery. Look for the Bears to run it all over them. I think this is high scoring. I wouldn't touch Detroit even at home. This was 31-30 the first week. And with Fields, I just don't see Detroit. See, Detroit's made with Hutchinson and their defense to stop passing teams. This is not a passing team. So look what Carolina did to him. Carolina I think they had 10 runs over 30 yards in the game. What do you think Fields is going to do? So this game is high scoring. It's hard to play a team with no defense because they can't stop the other team. And if I start throwing some turnovers or my idiot coach goes on 4th down and doesn't get it, my defense isn't going to hold them because I don't have one. So the Giants are a pretty good defensive team. Dallas is a pretty good defensive team. Tennessee's a good defensive team. The Giants are pretty good. Detroit's not a lousy defensive team. Jacksonville is an ED. They don't have a good defense. Neither does Houston. I would think this game goes over. Jacksonville must win, but I don't think they're capable of being a road favorite and winning. Keep in mind, Jacksonville is a dog team. They are not a favorite very often. I don't think Jacksonville blows out Houston. If anything, I think Houston's been playing well lately. I think they can win. They've already beat Jacksonville. See, they play them twice a year. They're not intimidated or scared of them. Cleveland, Washington. Washington needs it. Washington has a good defense. Their coach got his head up his ass going forward on 4th and 1 at your own 29 against fucking San Francisco. Are you insane? This is a NFL coach You punt the ball and play defense. You got a good defense. Play to your strength. You don't have a good offense. Now, who's the quarterback? If it's Wentz, I really like this game under 41.5. You've got the under defense. Cleveland, God, why do I keep forgetting the guy's name? God, this pisses me off. Anyway, look for Cleveland. The quarterback stinks. God, what's his name? Anyway, so I don't look for Cleveland to score a lot against Washington. If you got Wentz, he's going to go give you 3 interceptions, and they'll go for it on 4th down, apparently. So I just think this will be a low-scoring game. New Orleans, Philly, this is a playoff game. Philly clinches the 1 seed and the division with it. There's plenty of incentive. I have no problem with Gardner Minshew. Puts up 34 against Dallas. I don't see any problem here that Hurts isn't playing. Minshew's fine. New Orleans, Dalton's okay. Kamara, I don't know if Olabi's playing, but I like Philly here at home, even needing the win against New Orleans, who's they're a good team, but they're not that good. Philly shouldn't lose this game. KC, Denver. KC needs it for the 1 seed. Now, this is an overreaction to Denver getting their ass kicked last week to the Rams. All right, how motivated were they to play the Rams? Probably not. How motivated are they to play KC? Probably a lot. It's KC. Now, the coach got fired. Maybe they didn't like the coach. I've seen where they don't like the coach. He's gone, and now they play really strong the last game. I think Denver hangs around in this game with their defense after being embarrassed and really not interested, right? They're a road favorite to the Rams. And as I said, what did I say about the blowouts? They happen by the underdogs. The Rams blew out Denver as a 3-point home dog. Now you got Denver as the road dog. So what do you have here? So that's the point. I see Denver playing a very good game. I heard the idiots on BetMGM yesterday going, well, Denver, they got blown out. It's the end of the year. They'll just keep getting blown out. I don't agree with that at all. I don't know where you're getting that from or what logical assumption are you coming up with. As Bobby knows, these are professional athletes. And if Bobby was out of the playoffs and just swimming and he gets blown out 15-0 to Baltimore, you don't think they're pissed off and they're going to play, even though they're out of the playoffs? I disagree. These are people with huge egos that do not like to lose. They're very competitive. You got Russell Wilson, who's very fucking competitive. I don't think Denver just lays down and KC puts up a 30 on them and blows them out. KC, this is a division game. They have trouble. I don't see them blowing out. Now they need it for the 1 seed. I see them winning, but I can see them winning by a field goal. The way KC plays, who the hell knows? So I don't like KC laying 7.5 here. Over under is 44.5. Maybe it's an under because of Denver's defense. But you can't, as everybody's looking at what the Rams did to them, KC will do it. It'll be 50 points. I don't buy that at all. But I can't play KC. It's too many points. All I can do is maybe play over under. Denver with an under team. KC's an A team. Good offense, good defense. So KC by a touchdown. And I don't know. They didn't go over with Seattle. Was that because it was cold out? I've seen KC in the cold. In playoff games with New England, they scored 60 points. So I don't think that's it. So let's watch the KC game, and maybe we get a better spread next week. Miami, New England laying 3, way too much. Tagliabue is out. Bridgewater, I have no problems with. It's still, you got the receivers, Hill and Waddle, and Gesicki, and the running backs. The defense sucks. So the defense is favor of New England. Since you got 22 and then didn't play the second half, New England was going to score at the end, fumbled, and then Cincinnati put it away 22-18. Thank God I had Cincinnati even in the game, or +3 in the game. I don't know where where New England's favored here because of Tagliabue. It's not a lot. I mean, they're fine with Bridgewater. It's a playoff game. I like the dog here. I just don't find New England to be all that attractive. They're not that good. Baltimore Pitt lane the 3. It's a playoff game. I like the dog here, as I've stated. 9 out of 10 of these games are 1 or 2 point games. Yes, with Roethlisberger, they were still 1 or 2 point games. Lamar, we don't know about. Keep an eye on him. If he's out, this is an under. If he's playing, if he's out, you can go Pitt and 9 or under. They're both excellent plays. Tampa Bay, Carolina, as we discussed. Tampa Bay, this is a playoff game. Tampa lane 3. Tampa can't beat anybody. I don't think they could beat Georgia or UCLA. Probably not Kansas State or TCU either. Tampa Bay lane 3, 39.5. I like Carolina in 9. I think that Tampa can't beat anybody by a lot. You couldn't beat Arizona with Trace McSorley. Carolina, okay, they're playing good at home against Detroit. Okay, keep that in mind. This is at Tampa, but Tampa hasn't beaten anybody, and Carolina is a very strong road dog. Carolina, here's the stat of the day, is 18-2 as a road dog, and play against Tampa this year as a home favorite, 6-0. This is a beautiful Carolina trend. Keep that in mind. So I definitely like Carolina. The Niners, they don't really need the game. I mean, maybe they're going for the 2 seed, and I think they're just playing strong, and I think they just want it to go. That's what they said, because they've already clinched. They had clinched last week, and they still killed Washington in the playoff game. So look for the Niners to keep it rolling and destroy Oakland. I mean, that defense is so fucking strong. The Jets in Seattle, okay, White's the quarterback. I don't buy the Jets being a road favorite. The Jets are strong in a teaser this year, 13-2, but they're not a road favorite team. They're like the Lions. These teams that are road favorites, like the Lions and the Jets, cannot be road favorites. Seattle and 7.5 at home in a must-win game. Coach Pete, I got to take Seattle and 7.5 here all day. Again, it's a must-win, and again, the home team in these must-win playoff games usually does fairly well. Look at Arizona; they weren't even playing for anything, and they played a good game because they were at home. So you got to respect the home team in these type of games. Yeah. Buffalo, Cincinnati, they'll come in and just kill you. Philadelphia, not Dallas for some reason, but these teams come in and they blow you out, but not the Jets and the Lions and teams like that. So I like Seattle home dog. Minnesota, Green Bay, as we've discussed, Green Bay must win the game. Minnesota's already clinched the division. If Philly wins, they can't catch him for the 1 seed. So I'm not sure what Minnie's going to do if Philly loses, which they better, because I already bet on Philly. So you got Green Bay -3, over under 46.5. I like the game over. Minnie with a weak defense, Green Bay with an even defense, high scoring. Minnie plays 50-point games all the time. Green Bay plays pretty much mid-40 type of games. This is like a 40, so definitely love the over here. San Diego, the Rams. San Diego's clinched. They can't really do anything. Maybe they can go ahead of Baltimore if Baltimore loses the Pitt. But I think San Diego plays the Rams. Who the hell knows what they're going to do? Okay, they beat Denver, who probably didn't care last week. Does that mean they're going to put up 50 points on San Diego? Hell no. Well, will they put up 20? Possibly. Will San Diego play? Probably. I don't think he's sitting out this week, maybe next week. So I look for this to be high scoring, especially with an over of 40. Now, if San Diego says, oh, we're sitting out somebody, then jump on the Rams. They got confidence in the 50s, so look for that. And Buffalo, Cincinnati. Buffalo playoff game for the 1 seed, -1.5. I like Cincinnati at home as a dog. They beat KC already. And I love the game over 49-43. Buffalo with a strong offense, weak defense. Cincinnati has a strong offense and a strong defense. That's why I like Cincinnati. They have the better defense here since what's his name went out. Miller, Von Miller is out for Buffalo. The safety's out for Buffalo. They've been out. So their defense is a little bit weaker. Burrow will eat them alive. I think Allen can score on Cincy, but Cincy's got a very good defense. And I just think this is a higher scoring game, at least in the 40s, 24-20, get you a W. And I can't imagine this game not being in the 28-27 type or even in the 30s. So this should be a 50, 60-point game. Even with Cincy's defense, Buffalo's offense is just too strong. They have the incentive. They need it for the 1 seed. So keep that in mind. So this is a very strong overplay. Also, Cincy in 7.5. Buffalo on the road. Buffalo hasn't blown a lot of teams out. So I look at that. Also, Cincy's on a roll. They're the hottest team. And they just beat Kansas City. So keep that all in mind. Cincy wants the 1 seed. So does Buffalo. So you have very good incentive here. So keep that in mind. So there's a lot of like mini Green Bay, Buffalo, Cincinnati. You got Seattle as a home dog, the Niners, you got Carolina, you got the Baltimore Pitt game, you got Miami, New England. We avoid KC. Philly needs to win against kind of a average New Orleans team with not a great defense. Washington, Cleveland, you got 2 crappy teams. Jacksonville, we will not trust on the road. Detroit, Chicago in a high-scoring affair. The Giants should handle Indy. We'll check the quarterback. Dallas, Tennessee is the one that really scares me, especially on Thursday night or Friday night, whenever the hell they're playing it. That scares me because I don't see I don't trust Dallas to lay 4.5 to Miami of Florida or UCLA or any of those teams. Dallas with Prescott, too many turnovers. Against Tennessee, they're not going to run it up and down on Tennessee. Tennessee's too strong defensively. They're going to run Henry a lot. They know Willis can't throw. What was the score last week? Tennessee loses to I love when I go, okay, they lose to Houston 19-14. Okay, they lose to Houston. Houston's not as, they got a terrible record, but they've been playing competitively against Dallas, against KC. But 19-14. So that's what I expect here is Tennessee with Henry to get a little bit, to run the ball 75 times, make it an Army-Navy game, and just plot away. I don't see Dallas probably a little flat off the Philadelphia win. Yes, in the pros, you get flat. The Oakland-Miami 74 playoff game. Then they got the Steelers, and Oakland didn't show up. So I think Dallas is going to have a little bit flat from the Philly win, even though they still have the chance to win the 1 seed and a chance to win the division. However, it's very limited. They're a game behind many. So can they really win the 1 seed? And then, can they really – they got to win out and Philly's got to lose out to get the division. So really unlikely. They're probably going to be the top wild card team. And I think they realize that, Philly's going to, the only thing is they get them on Thursday night or Friday night ahead of the Philly game. So they can go to win. But the thing is Willis is so bad that I think you're just going to run him and run Henry and run and make it a low-scoring game. But I think the only way to play this Dallas game, it's too many points, 10.5. Again, they lost to Jacksonville with a 24-7 lead to Trevor Lawrence. My God. So I think the only way you can play this game is under. I don't think you can play Dallas minus 4.5. Maybe you can, but I would play it very light. I don't trust them to win by a lot. Prescott with too many interceptions, too many pick sixes. He threw a pick six against Jacksonville. He threw a pick six last week against Philly, or maybe two. I don't know. So it's too many of those. So keep that in mind. Anyway, I need 2 minutes to text Alex or to email him our picks because there's some games I want to play today. So what am I giving you, Alex? I'm giving you college games. So bear with me 1 second because of the time. All right. Excuse me for this. Take me about 20 seconds. Who am I missing? Okay, Alex, here it comes. All right, so me and Alex play like an 8 or 10 teamer, and so I just gave him 10. I get 20%. He makes the bet. He gets the picks. The only thing I don't like is when I give somebody, Alex never does this, but when I give somebody the picks, I don't get the receipt. So I see what our lines are and what the amounts are. And then if they, and if we win, how do I collect? See, so normally once I deal with you and we win and I collect, then everything's fine. And I get the picture, and like Todd, he sends me, here's the picture, here's our picks, Alex and the like. So then I know what we've got. I know the lines we've got and the games I like. What I don't like is when somebody puts in their own pick and we go 9-1 because we lost because of his own pick. So if you're going to make your own pick, stop by me first. I'm the professor. And if I like it, I'll say go ahead. And if I don't like it, I'll say take this team instead. I know this. You don't. You're not at my level. So don't sit there and put in your pick and then you cost us a 10-team teaser. So one guy cost me $1,500. I got 20% of it because he put in a game I didn't like. And we lost. All my picks won, but his pick lost. So that's frustrating. We're out to make money. He would have made $1,300, but he had to make his own pick. So just please don't do that. So Alex, I just emailed it to you. Anyway, so that's what we have. So keep an eye on who's Indy starting at quarterback, who's Washington starting, who's Baltimore starting. Is Lamar starting or is he out? Well, let me look at the injury. Let me look at covers and see if they have these guys. So if we look at covers and NFL injuries, so if we go to the Jets, Mike White is probable with ribs. That's why the line moved, because Mike White, is he the savior of Rome, Mike White? So let's go. Arizona, Colt McCoy is still questionable. Murray's on the IR, so you don't have to worry about him. So it'll probably be McSorley again. Atlanta, it'll be the Cincinnati quarterback that I can never remember. Baltimore, Lamar Jackson. Now, see here, he says he's out indefinitely, so you don't have Lamar. So go under Pitt or Pitt as the dog. Either way, it's a good bet. Buffalo, nothing. Carolina, nothing. The Bears, Fields isn't on it. So Fields is healthy. He did hurt his shoulder, but that's okay. Cincinnati, we don't have anybody. Cleveland, well, they're fine. Dallas, Micah Parsons, questionable with the hand. Van Der Esch, questionable with the shoulder. Means they both play. DeMarcus Lawrence, questionable with the foot. The game is Thursday. Pollard, questionable with the thigh. So there's a little bit of injuries going around Dallas. Nothing bad. Denver, do we have Russell Wilson? Does it matter? Yeah, Russell Wilson's playing. Detroit, they don't have any pro players on their roster anyway. This Williams guy, the running back, has a nose for the end zones, questionable. That's about it. Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, questionable with the knee. When did this happen? He looked fine in the interview after, and he was questionable with the thumb. So I'm assuming he's playing. If we see the line move, look at the line. Don't look at the injury here. Rodgers will play. I didn't see the knee being a problem. But if all of a sudden this goes to even, then that's a whole different story. But right now, I can't imagine Rodgers in a must-win game not playing. You know, if he was out or doubtful, I would think he's not playing. Questionable, they're just playing games with that. Houston, they don't have anybody either on that. Stingley, the LSU's out with the hamstring. Pierce, the running back's out with an ankle, who's apparently a decent running back. Indy, Taylor, we know, is on the IR. Now, we don't have any quarterback injuries, so who's it going to be? Jacksonville, nothing. KC, Hardman's probable. Chocolate Eclairs early January, which we know he's in trouble. San Diego, Bosa, early January with the grind. He's got it good. He never plays. The Rams, nothing to really see there. I mean, we already know their injuries. Oakland, nothing really. Miami, Tagovailoa, doubtful with concussion. So if you see the line switch back to Miami, then he's playing. But right now, he's probably out. He's got to go through concussion protocol. I don't see any other good players. Minnesota, they look fine, relatively healthy. The Giants are fine. The Jets, again, Mike White is probable with the ribs. Why don't they wear a rib protector all the time? Why do they wait till they get the ribs hurt and then wear the rib protector? Just wear the thing John Elway wore, a flak jacket or one of these bulletproof jackets, and then you don't have to worry about your ribs. It's just amazing. These guys are so stupid. New England, they don't have anybody that, since they lost that Brady guy, they just, who cares? You can't name anybody. New Orleans, anybody? Olave, questionable with the hamstring, so they want to play. Melvin Ingram, or the running back, is out on IR. Thomas is always out on IR with the toe. Philly, Hurts, questionable with the shoulder. I don't care if it's him or the other Minshew. And that's it. So he's questionable. Do they want to use him here to clinch the 1 seed? Maybe. I'm fine with Minshew. Pittsburgh, really nobody out, which is good. The Niners, a couple of questionable. DB Samuel is early January with a knee. They didn't miss him. Garoppolo, they're happy he's injured because they got Purdy. So they're pretty good. Seattle, Disley, Lockett's questionable now with the finger. He was doubtful last week. He's questionable. You think they could wrap it up. I don't know what he did to it. But for a receiver, that's a big place to get injured. Homer, questionable. Penny, out. But I don't see Walker and I don't see Lockett. So they're relatively healthy. Tampa Bay, Vita V, questionable with the calf. He missed last week. Dean, questionable with the toe. So that's the other part. A lot of injuries. Shaq Barrett's a big injury, linebacker to Tampa. Tennessee. So we got to look at Tannehill's out. Willis, you want to be injured, but he's playing. And we don't see Henry on the injured list. A lot of injuries to Tennessee. So, God, they got a ton of injuries. So when you see teams playing badly, you got to ask the question why. And here it's clearly cornerbacks, DBs, linebackers. They're all questionable. They're all banged up. That's why they're not playing well. It's gotten, okay, Tannehill being out doesn't help, but that's their problem. So maybe Dallas wins by a touchdown. Washington. So the question is, will Carson Wentz be your quarterback? Need to charge. So the question is Carson Wentz the quarterback? And then how does that affect the betting? We shall see. All right, so that's the NFL, the Bulls. All we can do is keep an eye on the line to tell us if players are playing or not. Texas, I know, sitting out some running backs. Tennessee, I know their quarterback's injured, so he's out, and their top 2 receivers are out. Clemson did the quarterback transfer, so is he not going to play, which we hope. Kentucky quarterback we know is out. TCU, Michigan, everybody's playing. Ohio State, Georgia, the Ohio State receivers out. I haven't heard of any injuries too much there. Illinois, apparently their running back's not playing, but I like the under. USC, their quarterback's probable with the hamstring. It's been a month, so he should be fine. Good luck stopping that offense. So now today we've got Duke, Kansas, Arkansas, Kansas and the over, and Oregon, North Carolina, Oregon over. Texas Tech, Mississippi probably goes over. I just didn't play it. Tomorrow we got Syracuse, Minnesota, which I like under. Oklahoma, Florida State, I like over. Texas, Washington, I like over and Washington. And that's it. And then the 30th, UCLA is the free pick. I like South Carolina over Notre Dame. Clemson, Tennessee, Clemson because of all the layouts. And then Iowa, Kentucky on the 31st we'll talk about. So I should be on every day going through these bowls as we go. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locks. And I do believe I have 4 pro locks going this week. And again, now Green Bay Minis to free play. I'm assuming that Mini plays and Green Bay that Rodgers plays. Otherwise, we're in big trouble as far as going over. So keep that in mind. That's why you got to watch the injuries. But Rodgers with the knee, I don't think it's anything major, and I think it's just a ploy. Rodgers does that, but I don't see where he even hurt his knee. He beat Miami. He was being interviewed. He didn't look like he's limping off or in a boot or anything. So we'll keep an eye on that. But we will see. Anyway, so I keep waiting for gold to go up with these derivatives. December 27th. I didn't see gold still, I think 1790 today. Again, we don't really care. It's COMEX. And we shall see. Excuse me. I grab a little bite as I'm working here. So you got to be careful in college. Just keep looking at the line. The line will tell you if somebody's sitting out or somebody's injured. That's an important player. All we care about mostly is the quarterback. If Clemson's going with the backup quarterback, we like that. If they're going with Buglia, we don't like him. But again, they're playing kind of see who's the quarterback's out, the receivers are out. We expect they got a good defense. It becomes a game. When we play in the backyard or you go to the court and play basketball, you're not getting paid for it. It's just a pickup game, but you're pretty fucking competitive, aren't you? And I just find that that's what you're just competitive. So I can't imagine these guys stepping on the field for these bowl games and not playing competitive. Look at McCall. He's in the transfer portal. He's playing yesterday. He jumps in for a touchdown. He dives head first. Some guy undercuts him and he hits his neck. But he dove head. He didn't say, "Well, this is a bowl game. I'm not going to try." He was out there trying his ass off. So once you're on the field, these are athletes that are very competitive. So I don't think that's going to be an issue as long as they play. And then even to play, do you not play your last game with the team? Are you gonna, are you really gonna sit out? Well, it's hard to say. Like the Texas guys, I'm shocked. This is their last game, and they want to sit out both running backs. And one guy's a stud running back. He'll be the first running back taken, or he should be. He sits out. Really? You don't want to play? What kind of passion do you have for the game? Those guys are the guys I don't draft because if they're worried about getting hurt, I don't want them on my team because what are they going to do when they're near the goal line and they got to get into the end zone? There's a defensive player there. He's going to step out of bounds. He doesn't want to get hurt. Well, he's already proven that. So I don't want players like that on my team. Fontenot and McCaffrey were like that. And both of them have been major disappointments until Fontenot went with Brady. And then all of a sudden he's actually playing. He didn't do anything at Jacksonville. And McCaffrey did nothing at Carolina but bitch. Once they got rid of him, all of a sudden Carolina's got a pretty good team. They got much better running backs without him. Foreman and Hubbard are much better than McCaffrey. So keep your eye on that. So keep an eye on who needs it. With all the Tennessee injuries, you might play Dallas laying the 4.5. I wouldn't go anything over 7. So we will see, especially with Willis. He's so bad. A lot of injuries this time of year. You're betting the third string a lot. That's why we go with Burrow and we go with Mahomes and we go with Allen and we go with Rodgers. Those guys are the keys to the car, not a lineman being out or a linebacker or even a receiver. It's if Rodgers plays, Green Bay wins. If he doesn't play, they're going to lose. But I'm sure he will play. He's always been a gamer, even when he had a hurt foot. I remember a couple of years ago, and he played fine. He was able to play, and he plays really well. Even though he's injured, he figures out a way to do it. He's just like the cerebral assassin. It's like Triple H. He just, even though he's injured, he'll play and he'll beat you. So anyway, so that's what we got. So the Bulls are in full swing. It's a huge week, and the pros, like I said, I found 4 locks. It's funny when you first look at it, you don't see any locks. And then you start digging in, you start looking at injuries, you start looking at they need the game or not, and all of a sudden you find 4 locks. And you get more into the over-unders, which tend to be locks that way. But pretty much that's the tale. The college is getting so frustrating because are the players playing? Or McCall, I assume's transferred. He's out, and then he plays. You're like, well, what the fuck? He's in the transfer portal. Why is he playing? That's what kind of gets you is that kind of stuff because you're assuming that the rules are transfer portal. You've transferred. You're not playing, and so that's really strange because you're betting on players. Had I known he was playing, I might have mistakenly taken Coastal Carolina. I probably would have went over, and it was an easy over. But when thinking he was out, I took East Carolina. So we have to figure that out. Anyway, so a lot of games today, 3 games, and we will see. So good luck. We'll keep watching gold and silver, but you got to get out of paper. Watch what happens in Europe with all those guys, what they do. I assume what will happen is they'll come out with new currency and they'll value, let's say, the euro. So you're holding euros and you got 100 euros. I assume they'll be worth $50 of the new euro. And in the U.S., we're holding dollars. That $100 will buy you 50 of the new dollars. I think that's what ends up happening. But if you have gold and silver, that goes way up because the dollar's dropping. So if when the dollar gets to the point of the new dollar, so you're switching it, when that happens, that's when gold goes through the roof because the dollar has no value. And the gold valued in dollar, it takes so many dollars to buy the gold that it goes through the roof. And we're very close to that. I saw McCall's credits might not be sufficient to transfer. I didn't know you needed that. I thought that you just go to the transfer pool and transfer. So you got to be upperclassman. Well, he's fine if he's at Coastal Carolina. I mean, that's good. But again, that's what the strange part is in the transfer portal. He's left, right? You think I'm transferring, so he's not going to play in the bowl game. He's transferred. So now I'm like very confused going, well, wait, maybe it's like the Michigan quarterback, McNamara. He's already said he's going to Iowa. So I assume now he wasn't playing anyway, but I assume he won't even be on the sidelines. He'll be in Iowa getting ready for next year versus that. And that'll be huge. Iowa with that defense, with a good quarterback, they'll be a really good team. So that's what the transfer did. Didn't make sense to me. I agree. Yes, Sean. I mean, either you transferred or you didn't. And then if you're sitting out for the pros, that one really baffles me. How you don't want to be on the sidelines and you don't want to be with your teammates. I mean, that's why you're in sports. You play football for the teammates. You want to be part of the team. And especially when you're one of the better players, You're one of the better players on the team. You want to help the team win. So to just walk away from the team, and they're giving you $100,000 scholarship. I mean, the cost of college these days is so expensive. You get a scholarship, that's 100 grand you didn't have to pay, or maybe more now. How do you just let that go? That should not. That should be like you lose your scholarship if you sit out. Because that to me, well, he doesn't want to get hurt for the draft. Well, that's a bunch of horse shit. I mean, what's he gonna? Maybe he'll go to pro day and he gets hurt. Maybe he gets hurt getting out of the shower. Maybe he gets hurt in a car accident. So I think the guy should just sit in a room and not do anything. And then when he gets drafted, he probably shouldn't go to the combine. He probably shouldn't go to the mandatory mini camps. He probably shouldn't play in any of the games because he might get hurt. So, I don't know how any of these guys play. They all might get hurt playing on Sunday. Ezekiel Elliott, he might get hurt this week. He probably shouldn't play. It's such bullshit and negative talk. Football is a game of contact. Everybody who plays it is injured in one way or the other. It's just how serious they like to hit and be hit and get hit. That's the nature of the beast. These are people that like to hit. So to sit out a game on purpose makes no sense. And to say I'm getting ready for the draft, if I get injured, it's going to cost me. I mean, I don't want that guy on my team. I mean, if you're thinking like that, I don't want you on my team. I want the guy who wants to play. All these other guys are playing. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, the East Carolina quarterback played yesterday. He could have got hurt. And the ironic part is McCall did get hurt. I don't know how serious. He hurt his neck. You could see he fell on his neck, and you could see it was bothering him. He didn't come back in the game, which I'm sure he wanted to because he played in the first place. But, you just don't worry about that. But that's what I see. So anyway, with the economy, get out of dollars, careful of the stock market. And I think the most confusing thing is people will mislead you. You'll see a little YouTube gold going down. Well, that's COMEX gold, not physical gold. And we can't get a physical price on gold. So you see all this, it confuses you because you say, oh, fuck, gold's going down. And it's all talk about being scripted. These assholes are doing it on purpose so you don't run and buy gold. Or you confuse Bobby into saying, oh, I'm waiting for gold to go down before I buy. Fucking, you just buy it. You just want to own it. I'm not trying to save $20 watching gold and silver go down. I'm fucking just happy to have it. So I don't care about that. Profit, I'm sure it must be their agents that are advising the players whether they should play or not. And money, I understand that, guys. I tell them to fuck off because it's important on the team. So if it's up to the agents, then why did they play any games this year? And that's what that Ohio State guy, he's sitting out, or Boza. Some of these guys didn't even play their senior year. I mean, and Boza's still injured every week. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I'd get a different agent because it really makes you look like an idiot. I'm sure the guy wants to play. If the agent's saying don't play, you might get hurt. I tell him to go fuck himself. This is football. And I wouldn't listen to the agent. That's like somebody saying to me, don't buy gold. Okay, I already made my mind up. It's the right thing to do is buy gold and silver because the dollar's getting hurt. It's going to zero. I got to get out of it. So if my financial advisor, who is me, if somebody was my financial advisor and says, oh, no, don't buy gold and silver because it doesn't go up in value. It's never going to go up. It's always a low thing. And you listen to them, stay in the stock market, and then you go broke. Well, that's the same thing. So I'd fire the guy because I want to buy gold and silver. And so you're not helping me. I don't think these agents are helping these guys by sitting out so they don't get hurt. I think it's ridiculous. Like I said, they can be in the you know they can be in the the 3 day the mini camps and get hurt. You know, there's so many guys that get hurt. Does it really matter? Look at all the quarterbacks that get injured, right? So you're at Tennessee and Tannehill goes down. Now you're Malik Willis. Is he getting more money by playing? Maybe he should sit out and not play. He might get hurt. And this way gives him more bargaining power because Tannehill's injured. Or Tagliavua. So with this logic, if Tagliavua was out for Miami with all these concussions, which will probably have to retire, and you got Bridgewater should sit out this week and say, fuck you. I want to renegotiate my contract because Tagliavua is out and you need me. So I'm not going to play unless you double my contract. That's what I would do. If I had a good agent, that's what I would do, is not sign the contract, but have an open contract saying, well, if Tagliavua is injured, I want double or triple. And you need it because you need a starting quarterback. So I'm not going to play unless you renegotiate. That's what a good agent would do, right? Because he'd be in demand. That's what the market would say. So with Tagliavua, you're not paying me a lot, but without him, you need me. This is a playoff game. I want to triple my contract, and I'm not going to play. That's what a good agent should do for Bridgewater. Sean, I was a teacher. It appeared that many young people felt entitlement for things was frustrating. I noticed that with the new kids. The new kids are very rude. The other thing I know is these younger girls, I talk to them and he said an inappropriate thing, or you ask them out and they're like, oh, that was inappropriate, or, and they go tell, and you're like, what the fuck? When I was young, I mean, you wouldn't go tell on somebody. You'd just say yes or no, or you'd feel honored to be asked out or whatever it is. I don't see that. I see the young people, especially if I work with young people, they're terrible. They run and tell, and the things, it's so different because the things I would do and say would be just, humor or just matter of fact, is now everybody running and telling, like, trying to get you in trouble, I think, is the norm now of these young kids. They're so brainwashed that their thought is, oh, he said something, I can get him in trouble. And that's what I'm noticing. I'll tell you a story about Alabama. Ryan, I like what Doug Peterson said. He said he's not resting any players unless they're injured because the AFC South comes down to week 18, regardless of what happens this week. Well, that's a little different, though. We're talking about Minnesota, who's clinched their division. Philly wins. Now they've won the 1 seed. Minnie has nothing to play for. Will they rest players? Like when Peyton Manning was on Indy and Dungy kept resting him, they'd be 13-0. And they've locked up the 1 seed, and then he'd rest them, and then they lose the playoff game every time because they were out of sync. So I'll give you a story. I'm in Alabama, and I meet this girl who I get a real strong vibe on. And I talked to her a few times. And here's a strange thing that happened. So she's from Cincinnati, and we're in Alabama, and Cincinnati's in the Super Bowl. I bet on Cincinnati to win, and I took the over. So I said to her, here's my bet. It was like 1,500. I said, I'll tell you what, if I win the bet, I'll give you $100. Nothing implied, no sexually implied. It was just simply, I'll give you $100. You're from Cincinnati. I really like you, and I'm superstitious, knowing if I do it, I'll probably win the bet. Plus, it'll make you happy. You'll have Merry Christmas. And she goes and tells on me. And I just laughed, and then the HR talks to me and says, well, you offered the girl money. She thought it was for sex. I said, I never mentioned sex. It was never implied. It was never brought up. And it was because she's from Cincinnati, and they were in the Super Bowl. And then she said, well, she doesn't even like football. And I said, well, that's not the impression I got. When I told her about the Super Bowl, she was pretty excited because I had talked to her the week before when they beat Kansas City. And I said, that was good. Now you're in the Super Bowl. And she loved it. So the girl runs to HR that I made a financial suggestion for sex with her, which I never did. That was never brought up. It was never implied. And I had talked to her, for a couple of months and very friendly with her. And I really liked her. And I had a good vibe with her. I get that a lot with people, good vibes. And so I was very surprised she did that. And, HR's giving me a hard time. And I'm like, sex was never brought up. What the hell are you talking about? Now, 20 years ago, if I did it, the girl would have been excited to have a bet that she can't lose. Like I said, if the bet loses, I'm not going to ask you for the 100. I'm not booking the bet. I'm just giving you 100 if they win. Now, before, and I do this a lot, the girl would be excited. Oh, great. Oh, I can win 100. Not that I was applying the sex. Well, it turns out she's married, but she didn't wear a wedding ring. And she never in 2 months told me she was married. And she saw the way I looked at her, and she looked at me pretty similar. You can read that kind of stuff. So it's just, she runs to HR to tell me, why are you running to HR? Why are you going, look, I don't want to have sex with you. I don't charge for sex. And I said to HR, it's obviously, she must be an escort because her mind immediately jumped to sex. When I'm saying I'll give you $100 if Cincinnati wins, I got a bet. I'll give you $100 of the bet. Why would I never said sex? So why did her mind go to sex unless she sells sex for money? That was my thought. So that's what I told HR. I said, well, she must do that if that's where her mind jumped, because we were not talking about sex. We were talking about football and betting, and that was it. So that's what the young kids are. Oh, good. I'll run to HR and get them in trouble. That's the mentality with young kids. It's all socialism, what they learn in school. And it's really, they don't understand how bad they look. They look like idiots. And so I know that's probably happening with you guys. If you start talking to younger people and they imply sex or they imply something, or you just want to go talk to them, hey, why don't we get a bite to eat? It's funny. You ask a younger girl out, 25, let's say, let's go get dinner. You really like her and you're talking with her and you like the way she looks at you. You say, let's go to dinner. And it's immediately implied sex, and I heard that from somebody. Oh no, dinner sucks. I go, I'm not saying sex. I'm just saying dinner. I like talking to them. So let's go over dinner and we can talk, and then we can go from there. Ryan, Minnesota should play everybody for a couple of reasons. First, you want to knock the Packers out of making the playoffs. Second, if you run into the 49ers down the line, they want to play them at home. If that matters, yes. I don't think it matters where you play the Niners. They're going to beat the shit out of you. But maybe. I mean, that's the question. Do they rest the players or do they play them? It's like Aaron Rodgers. Questionable with the knee. Believe me, he's 100% and he'll be playing. Profit. I would never bring up money when talking to any woman. Okay. I'm not going to ask why. Sorry that happened, Professor. Didn't this political correctness start back in the 80s? I don't know about the 80s, but probably the early hundreds or 2000s. Every generation gets mentally weaker. Yeah, I think what's happening, well, Prophet, I liked the girl and I was just trying to be nice. It's sort of like my girlfriend in the Ukraine. I help her with money because she's poor and in the middle of a war. So I give her money so she can eat. I'm being a nice person and helping somebody who clearly there's not a lot of jobs in the Ukraine who needs it. That's the type of person I am. So knowing she was from Cincinnati and I really liked this girl and I had no idea she was married. She wasn't wearing a ring. And for a couple months, we're looking at each other and I can see how she's looking at me. So it wasn't like a stranger, and it was strictly Not anything to do with sex. It was just simply, I know you're going to watch it. You're from Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's in the Super Bowl. So don't tell me you're not going to watch it. And we had talked about the Kansas City game the week before. So I knew she liked football and Cincinnati, and she had a Cincinnati Bearcats mug on her desk. So I knew she was from Cincinnati. So that's why I did it. I was just trying to be nice. And if I won the bet, here's $100. Go enjoy yourself. And if you're married, go take your husband out for dinner. I didn't see it as a big deal, and it's not a big deal. It's like teaching this class. It's not a big deal to bring up certain things. I don't think anything's taboo here. And as far as teaching it, I don't see where I'm out of bounds in any area. People come on and go out of bounds. I've seen that, but not what we talk about is man talk. And if there's girls here, fine. But I don't see saying, if I win the bet, I'll give you $100 has ever been a problem. And I've done it many times with friends of mine. And I do it now with my Romanian friend. She needs money. I said, well, if I win the game, if I win the bet, I'll give you $100. And if the bet wins, I give her $100. I do that with her all the time. So it's like, okay, I've won. Now I can afford to give you the money. And she doesn't have a problem with it. She doesn't look at me funny. She's happy to get the money. That's the difference in the European girls and the U.S. girls, which is why I like the Ukrainians and the Russians and the Romanians, is because they are more easy to talk to, more normal, loving, caring girls, and a lot prettier than the U.S. girls who pull this shit on you and run to HR. If I was in the Ukraine, it never would have. She'd have been like, "Oh, really? You're going to give me $100 if it wins?" And she'd have been excited about it. I mean, that's the difference. I give Jenna, when I met her in Lisbon, some gold and silver, and she was so excited. I'm giving her money. I'm not giving her money for sex. I'm giving her money because she's my girlfriend. And that's just it. That's my normal nature, right? I like helping people. So I was helping the girl, and we were friendly. We had talked, and the way we looked at each other, I'd look up, she'd be looking, staring at me or waving at me. So I knew what I was doing. She knew what I was doing. Why she felt she had to go to HR and not say to me, look, just don't, I'm not interested in sex with you. This isn't about sex. But she didn't go there, right? She didn't have balls to talk to me. She had to run to HR and make it sound like it was a sexual thing, which it wasn't, which is a joke. Let's see. Sorry that, yeah, Sean. Yeah, well, that's life. Ryan, every generation gets, yeah, I agree, profit. But she probably looked at as a, come on. So what? We had talked for a while. It's not like I never met her before, Prophet. So if you're talking to a girl for 2-3 months, even so, it's a come on. You should be happy that somebody likes you and wants, but the thought of sex never came out of my mouth, nor that was not implied. Here's $100, and by the way, we'll go have sex. No, if Cincinnati, if I win this bet, I'll give you $100 of it. Okay, it's a come on. So what? She was a very pretty girl. I'm, the professor, so I don't see the problem with it. Come on or not, what's the difference? I wasn't asking her out. I was just saying, I'll give you $100. I didn't say, oh, here's 100 and then we'll have sex or we'll go to dinner. I wanted to ask her out. So you just say no. What did you say? You're not supposed to talk to people anymore? Money is always a touchy subject. I don't agree with that, Prophet. I think it depends who you talk to. And believe me, most people, if somebody wants to give me $100, fine. If a girl walks up to me, I want to give you $100 if I win this bet, or if I'm at the casino and some girl wants again, I volunteered it. She didn't ask for it. So if I'm at the casino and we're playing poker, and this girl says, if I win tonight, I'll give you 100. And do I think it's sex? No. It depends if you know the person, right? I knew her for a few months. It's not like she was a stranger. So if a stranger does it, maybe you're thinking, what's going on? If it's somebody if it's a friend, like Jenna in the Ukraine, I've known her for years. So it's not a big deal. She likes getting the money. She doesn't think it's a come on. Well, I mean, she's my girlfriend. So she likes that I take care of her. And that's what it should be. Now, the fact this girl's married, she didn't wear a ring. So how would I know? And in 3 months, she saw the way I was looking at her. A lot of good chemistry there. You'd think she would have said, I can't go out with you. I'm married. And I would have said, well, I don't care. Usually I don't care if they're married. It's like, see, my problem with people is, so you're married. Why do you want to only have one friend? So you can't. I love when the girl says, I'm married, I can't talk to you. And I just laugh. I go, why not? Is the guy controlling you? You can't talk to another person, really? This is the kind of life you live? I have a friend like that, and I talk to her like, you're out of your mind. She's with the guy, and the guy won't let her talk to me or stop. And we used to go out a lot, me and this girl. And I just laugh. I go, I gave you freedom. I let you go out with whoever you wanted and talk to whoever you wanted, because that's what life is. You meet different people. Like here, like Prophet, I met you here. I can't say, well, I can't talk to you because I'm friends with Bobby, or I'm friends with Alex, or I'm friends with Todd. That's what you do. You have friends. The fact that if they're boys or girls doesn't matter. They're your friends. If you share things and you enjoy the company and you enjoy the conversation, that's what life is. So you don't limit how many people you have. So even if the girl was married, I don't care. I'm just talking to you. I'm enjoying the conversation and the company. And I have the balls to say, I'll bring your husband. I'll take you and your husband out to dinner. I don't care. Maybe he's a nice guy, we can talk football or poker or whatever. I mean, that's what life is. So to limit your friends or to use the excuse I'm married is just, it's insane. I mean, it's really childish, I think. And it's a control issue that most of these marriages or girlfriends with the guy who won't let them talk and anyway, because you're not giving the person freedom. Once you're not giving the person freedom, then they're slaves, and then they get tired of not being able to talk to other people, and it always ends badly anyway, which is why you have divorces. Most people don't know how to deal with other people and make them free, right? If I'm with Jenna, she doesn't care if I talk to other people, and I don't care if she talks to other people. I don't want a relationship where I make her my slave, where you can't talk to anybody, or she says you can't talk to anybody. I'll run, because that's bullshit. It should be like here, Sean and Prophet and Bobby, and these are all my friends, and that's how it. And if it's 100 people, what's wrong with talking to them? And that's the whole point of it. So to meet a girl and then, oh, I'm married, and oh, you're bringing up money, like, so what? It's not a crime. It's certainly, I'm not trying to hurt her, and I'm certainly not trying to do anything wrong. I'm trying to be nice. And again, people aren't used to that, so they don't know. But to go and run to HR, and I saw it at the pool yesterday. Some guy was rude, and he goes to the lifeguard and says something about they're not doing their job. And I'm buddies with the supervisor. And so the lifeguard comes in to talk to the supervisor, and they have a little chat. He was rude to me, and the supervisor wants to say something. And you can just see it. They run to authority because they don't have the balls to talk to the person head on. and oh, we got to be respectful and all this shit. And it's really a nightmare. It's almost impossible to talk to these young people anymore. But if a girl tells me she's married, I don't really care. It's like, well, look, you want to go out to have a dinner, or you want to talk, or you don't. That's your life, and I'll move on and find somebody else. So that's what happens. Ryan, I agree with you. What you're saying, 100%. Thank you, Ryan. It really, I don't get. So, Prophet's saying money is always a touchy subject. Why is it a touchy subject? We all need money. As I've taught, it's a medium of exchange. I mean, if I gave the girl silver, would she take it instead of the bet? So let's say I didn't bring up the bet and say, here, I want to help you out. Happy birthday. Here's a silver ounce. And she takes it. Not that it's a bet. Does that mean I want to have sex with her? I don't know. There's a girl I like at the club. It was her birthday. I gave her an ounce of silver. She had no problem taking it. She knew what it is. She knew what it's worth. She didn't think there was sex implied. She took it. She's my good friend. So it's okay to give out an ounce of silver as protection. People will take it. But if it's a bet and I win it and I give you $100, that's sex. But let's say I offered her, if I win it, I'll give you an ounce of silver. Do you think she would have taken the ounce of silver? Is that a come on? Is that something different? I doubt it. I mean, that's the point. People will take the ounce of silver in a heartbeat and don't think it's sexual and don't think it's a come on. They just know, oh, it's worth a lot. I'm going to take it, or gold or something like that. They'll be happy to do it. People need to live free and take the handcuffs off. Exactly. And I think the people in Russia and the Ukraine and Romania understand this more than the other people because they live in a communist type of country. And here's the difference, right? So if we're with an American girl and I'm talking a little loud, and I might be talking about the weather or sweaters or clothes or something, or, yeah, I taught my class today and I talk loud because I talk loud for the class. I'm used to talking louder. No problem. When I'm with Jenna and she's Ukrainian and I talk loud, she goes, shh, quiet. They're not used to being loud because they are worried about people listening to their conversations and running to the police and getting arrested and going to jail. So they are very much, shh, be quiet. Like, you got to talk at a really low decibel with Jenna, and she'll say it like, you're too loud. And she said that to me a lot. Now, she loves me and I, whatever. I give her gold and silver, but she does, it's like, shh, don't talk loud. Like that's her thing. That's the Russians. They don't want you to talk loud. They don't want anybody to know what's going on. It's just private. But not with the American girls. And it's a whole different thing. So if I offer a Russian girl silver or gold or $100, they'll take it. They don't care about the sex. They don't care if it's a come on. They're probably happy that they get the attention, to tell you the truth. Where the American girl is all freaked out. Why are you freaked out? I'm not disrespectful to you. I'm not, forcing you to do anything or telling you to leave your husband. I don't even know you're married. You haven't even told me that. The first time I heard it was from HR. So you can see the difference in cultures, and you can see why I prefer the European girl to the American girl, because the American girl is just too fucking stupid to try to have any type of meaningful conversation or relationship with. Prophet, her husband would probably think you have ulterior motives. I thought Russia was a democratic country now. No, it's communist. Please, the mafia run. Okay, first of all, Putin's mafia. The FSB, which is mafia, which is Russian mafia. don't think for your life that Russia is a democratic country. Do you ever see an election? You know how the elections work there? Putin runs, and anybody who runs against him, he kills. Check that out. So Putin always wins. That's why he's been there for 20 years. There are no real elections. They just have them, but they're not real. And it's all communist. You want to open up a store. Me and you want to open up a sweatshirt store. You know what we got to do? We got to pay the first year's sales tax up front. How the fuck are we going to do that? We haven't sold anything. We don't even know how much we're selling. And the kickbacks and the mafia security and all that. No, it is not free. If you were in Moscow, and I've been to Moscow, and I'm hoping to go to St. Pete when the fucking war is over, there's people driving Mercedes, and then there's everybody else on the bus. And you know who's driving the Mercedes? The mafia. And you know who's on the buses walking and on the bus and on the subway is the 99% of the people who are poor, who can't afford anything. So no, Russia's mafia, just like China's mafia. They might have a little bit of free trade, but it's basically mafia run. Profit. Her husband would probably think you have ulterior motives. I don't really care. If when I was dating my friend here, if she wanted to go out, it was fine. If Jenna wants to go out, it's fine. I want them happy. Go have a good time. If you are that stupid that you think that a pretty girl doesn't have other boyfriends, you're out of your mind. Of course they do. That's the whole point. So that's why you don't handcuff them. If you like another guy and you want to go have sex with him, go ahead. Be my guest. Just remember who your husband is. As long as it goes the same way. I don't care. I'm not going to say you can't talk to the guy, or you can't have sex with other people. That's what is that? That's juvenile. That's the stupidest thinking in the world. These are pretty girls. Of course they got guys. That's what life is. If you are to get married or have a girlfriend, your first thought is her happiness. All I care about is your happiness. That's number one in a relationship if you want it to work. Go ahead. You see a guy you like, go have dinner with him, go have sex with him. It's fine. I can't handcuff her to the bed or to the door and say, you can't leave, you can't talk to somebody else, you can't have sex with anybody else. When you come in, I'm going to handcuff you to the door. And you can't, and when we're out, you're holding my hand and you're not looking at any other guys. What kind of fucking life is that? That's ridiculous. That's not the way to treat your friends and your girlfriend or your wife or everybody. Who cares if she wants to have? What do you think? She's a virgin and you married her, and now she never is going to look at another guy? I mean, that's just insane. That kind of thinking is just crazy. So as I say, I don't care about her husband. I care about her. Now, if she doesn't want to, and she's worried about the husband, that's my point about control. She's controlled, and her relationship will never last because she is controlled by the husband. And if that's what she is controlled by, then you're controlled. How long is that relationship going to last? You're not free. If you're not free, you got problems. Ryan, I worked with some Russian and Ukrainian girls about 10 years ago. I worked with about half a dozen of them, got along with all of them, and they said I had a good sense of humor. We never had an issue. They are very sweet people. They make the best wives. They're by far prettier than any American girls, and they're very nice and very kind. Now, you can date one, but you can't date two. So you can date, they want to be one because they know how pretty they are. So if you are dating a Russian Ukrainian girl, then she's going to want you not to date other girls, but you have to understand that going in. Okay, so I'm dating Jenna. I can't have another girlfriend. I understand that. But Jenna's cool. She's like, that's okay. I told her about my friend Irina, who's pregnant in Romania, and she's married, and we respect each other. We're very good friends. and I help her out. Her dad died. I helped pay for the funeral. And I told Jenna, I says, well, we should go to these places in Lisbon. My friend Irina told me these are good places to see. And she says, well, why don't you go see Irina? She was all fine with it. She says, I love you. You can go out. And I says, well, she's married and we don't fool around, but thank you very much. It was nice to hear that from Jenna. She wanted me to be happy, and she knows I want her to be happy. So that's the kind of relationship you guys want. Prophet, is there private ownership in Russia now? I don't think so. My friend in Russia lives in St. Pete, rents an apartment. If you own a house, maybe, but I'm not sure what private ownership means. They can just as easily take it from you. So you can't really trust Russia for private ownership. Can you buy a house there? I don't know. I have never looked into it, but I know my friends who are there live in an apartment or live in these villages where they are in an apartment. They have a lot of apartments there, and you basically just rent the apartment. That's what they have. I can ask Irina in Romania. She does own a house. Is it private? But I'm sure the government can take it anytime they want to, especially in Russia. Ryan, if you won't allow your boyfriend, girlfriend to talk to another person, then why date at all? Just get an escort once a week if you can't trust people. Well, even the escort, the problem I have with escorts is I want to date. I want to go to dinner and watch the games or talk gold and silver. Like when I'm with Jenna, we go shopping, we go, it's a girlfriend thing. She's not an escort. So we go to dinner and taxi to dinner and go to the mall shopping. And then we're in the room and we go to the pool. We watch the TV as best we can because she doesn't speak a lot of English. She speaks a lot. And when I get quick on her, she pulls up the computer or her phone and I type in, hey, do you want to go to dinner? And then, well, that she normally gets, but something. And then it spits out in Ukrainian, and then she can see what I'm telling her. Normally, we understand each other. But yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, in your scenario, Ryan, then you're just looking for a sexual partner. And so you get the escort and then you have sex. And then sometimes you go to dinner. I've had escorts I've went to dinner with. I've had escorts I've dated. Or you have girlfriends, which really I don't know. There's a big difference between a girlfriend and an escort, even a wife and an escort. It's all about money. If you don't take care of them and give them money, they're going to leave you. So, I mean, when I was married, I bought her a car. We had a house. How is that any different? If I didn't have money, she would leave me. So I don't really see the difference. But I don't like the escort that's not personal, that you can't talk to. So I need the girlfriend for the sexual experience and the communication and let's go to dinner. The companionship, let's say. Like me and Jenna travel. So we went to Lviv and we went to Odessa in the Ukraine. We went to Lisbon. So I like that part of it. And it doesn't cost me an arm and a leg. If I took an escort to Lisbon, that would be, that could get quite expensive. And then you don't know what you're getting. You got to have that chemistry. So you've got to meet the girl and get along with her. That's the most important. You can talk to her and you both feel comfortable. After that, you don't want to enslave them. You want them to be free and make them happy. That's the critical part that nobody gets. And they get married. People that get married and control the girl, the marriage won't last because the girl eventually doesn't want to be controlled because everybody wants to be free. That's just human nature. I know me and you like to date because we're civilized, reasonable people. I'm talking about these crazy people that want to control everything. Those are considered babies. I love having a talk with a girl, and she'll talk about, well, my boyfriend controlled me or this or that. And I go, because most guys are babies. Most guys need to be in control. Most guys don't want you talking to. If I go to the club and there's this pretty girl and I go talk to her, and the boyfriend, this isn't more in Alabama. These guys are a bunch of losers there. So the guy in Alabama would sit there and look at me like, why are you talking to my girl? I would laugh at him. I go, oh, do you own her? And I'd say that right in front of the girl. So she knew. She would think, yeah, does he own me? Is this appropriate? I mean, I'd be just saying, well, I'm from Michigan and I'm trying to get used to Alabama. I'm not hitting her up. I'm not asking her out. I'm just having a normal conversation. Do you like football? Do you like this and that? I'm working here. I'm new. Is there any place I should go visit? I was just general questions, being friendly. And the boyfriend would get all upset and I would just laugh at him. I don't care how big he was. I'd just laugh at him. And then I look at the girl like, well, I feel sorry for you. You're controlled. And then you can see the light go on and she'd go, yeah, I'm fucking controlled. I don't like that. Bobby, hell yeah. Good to see class is still in session. Had to step out to a doctor appointment for an hour. Well, we're talking about women right now, Bobby. So we're talking about control. Basically how the man tries to control the woman and keep control. Oh, you can't, like we were talking about, I met a girl and I made a bet. And I said, if I win the bet, I'll give you $100. And she was married, but I didn't know that. And she ran and talked to HR. So we were talking about that. But then it gets into control. Some guy said here, well, the husband might think it's ulterior motives. And I said, well, I don't really care. It's up to the girl to do what you want. And I said, the best thing with the girl is to make her happy. If the girl wants to go have sex with somebody else, let her go have it. If she doesn't, she doesn't. I mean, what kind of girl are you with? So basically that's the way it works. But the thing is to make the girl happy, not control them. Sean, living in the South seems to be a mindset in some areas. I found the Alabama people to be a bunch of asshole losers. They'd all wear their Alabama football, and I loved it when Georgia beat them. This was last year, and I would just taunt them like, I think Georgia's a better team. I think Georgia laid down in the SEC championship game, and they're going to kill them in the playoff. And you'd have thought, and then they're so classless. When Georgia won, and I had called it, I said, Georgia's going to win, like I do here. And when Georgia won, nobody said, nice pick, Howard. That, you're real smart about that. Yeah, Georgia, nobody said a word. They're all crying because Alabama lost, because Alabama's all they got. I said, too bad you don't have a pro team here. We have the Lions, which isn't really a pro team, but at least I can watch Green Bay and Minnesota come in. And they'd go, well, we got Alabama. I go, they're not I know they pay their players a lot, but they're not a pro team. I learned the point is the girls that are controlled and the boy not letting the girl talk to other boys. And it's a prison and it's control. And it's just wrong. And guys that do that are just babies. They're very insecure. Like if you give your girl freedom and you say, go, if you want to talk to a guy, go ahead. You want to have sex with a guy, go ahead. They won't do it because girls aren't wired the same way as we are, but they'll like that they have the freedom to do it. And that's being a real man. That's mature. That's trust. The girl will like that. You trust them. If you say you can't, then it's control, and the girl will not like being handcuffed. And that will end bad because, especially a pretty girl, she gets hit on a lot. She's going to say, well, this guy's nice. And this guy's, wait a minute, I want to talk to them. And if you come across that you can't even talk to them, Okay, I'll see you later. I don't need you. So that's you got to make the girl happy, and by giving them freedom makes anybody happy, and that's the key to life. Bobby, you're right, Professor. She wouldn't want to leave if she was getting hammered down correctly. She wouldn't want to leave because to find a guy who's giving them freedom and who wants them happy is about as rare as somebody like me who can pick football the way I pick it. Is I maybe 10 people can do what I do picking football games, is about the same number of guys that will give the girl freedom, love, and respect and want to make them happy. There's probably maybe 10 guys in the world that would do that. Most guys are insecure. Most guys are babies, immature, and want the girl, want to control the girl because they're afraid they're going to lose the girl. But by your actions, you're going to lose the girl by not allowing her to have freedom. It's just, some of them are bought. They're slaves, especially in like Romania and the Ukraine. The girl could be bought and be a slave. That happens a lot there. So that's a different story. I'm not talking that. And when I hear human trafficking, I really get sad because it's just not, when you see these girls like that, it's just terrible. Like they're slaves and they're forced to prostitute and they have no freedom. I don't like that at all. I have a thing with the freedom. So I go over backwards, making sure my friends have freedom. You're right, Professor. She wouldn't want to leave if she was getting okay. Well, she wouldn't want to leave if she's being treated nice and she's got freedom, and you want to make her happy because they haven't experienced that before. Because most of the guys are controlling, and they don't want to lose the girl. That's the thing. Oh, if you talk to him, you're going to go to him. No, she's just talking to him. But yes, this all comes back to economics, right? It's free market. It's competition. Don't kid yourself. With women, it's competition. Which guy do I want to be with? And I guarantee you they want the guy who gives them freedom over the guy who wants to control them. It's a little bit about money at first, but if you control the girl, now it's a golden handcuffs. I marry the guy for the money, and I can't leave him because I'll lose the money. But I don't like the guy, and I want to be with somebody else because I like them better. That's the golden handcuffs that girls run into by dating a guy for money. They don't want that. They want the freedom and the love and make them happy. That's the key to it. Yep, you have to be willing to let her go like our boy Brady did. All those other hags are like a bunch of Mac Joneses. Well, it's not that you're letting her go. You're with her. I'm with Jenna, but she's free. She can do whatever she wants. I'm not going to control her. She's had enough problems with the fucking war and getting bombed on, so I'm just trying to make her happy. Whatever you want to do, Jenna, go do it. And that's the concept of our relationship, which is why she doesn't want me to leave her when I'm with her, or I keep inviting her here, but she's got a lot of family there, so it's hard for her to leave the family to come here, even though she's in the middle of a fucking war. But she likes the way I treat her. I never give her a problem with money unless she really wants something expensive. But generally, she's good about that. She even thinks about the money. I bought her perfume and for Christmas, even though it was like November, and she was like, "No, that's like $100. I'll buy the $80 one." So she even like was taking that into consideration. Mac Jones would have ended up with a restraining order. What did Mac Jones do? I thought he just cried because he got injured. What did he? We're talking about the quarterback of New England, or are we talking about somebody else? Anyway, I just find that with these Southern guys, they're all a bunch of losers. They don't even let you talk to the girl, and the girl The girl's so happy she's got a boyfriend, doesn't understand anything. Now, the ironic part is the girl I was talking to was from Cincinnati, and she moved to Alabama. I don't know if she moved for the job or moved with the boyfriend. But, excuse me. But anyway, these Southern girls are missing the boat. They're just, they don't know how pretty they are, and they're just so stupid. They don't get, they can't see a good guy going, oh, yeah, let me go talk to him. They see they're with the guy, and they're like so afraid to lose him and not realize you can see. I always looked at it like you can trade up and have a guy like me who I'm better than your husband in 99% of the cases, but they don't understand that. So they sit there and they won't like give you the chance and then open their eyes going, wow, this guy is great. What am I doing with this guy? They don't get the competition part of it, or they're so happy that somebody is dating them or married to them that they won't talk to other guys. Like it's a big crime to talk to a guy, especially from smaller towns because they have less to choose from. It's not even that. It's their mentality. They don't know any better because they are from smaller towns. I agree. They probably don't have a big choice. Plus, these Alabama guys are a bunch of idiots. I mean, they're like 5-year-olds. But I do blame the girl for not like at least talking to you, getting to know you. See, that's the problem. Just talk to me, get to know me. Then you can go wherever you want. You've at least looked at the competition, and it's like going to a restaurant, right? So it's like basically saying you can go to the barbecue place, but you can't go to any other barbecue place or Chinese or any other restaurant, because if you do, you might like that one better, and then you don't go back to the barbecue, you go to these other ones. And it all comes back to economics. The whole life is about competition, right? So the girl, instead of has a guy, but let's look at the competition because there's better guys than the guy I got. Or they don't even know what they want. He gives me attention. He gives me sex. He pays my bill, whatever it is that he does for her. She's too insecure to talk to another guy and see if he'll do more. When you're job hunting, what do? You get 3 offers. How much are you going to pay me? What's the job? Where's it at? And you look at all these different factors, and then you choose the job. Well, that's what these girls are too stupid to understand competition. They should be talking to the guys, even if they're married. Who cares? Every marriage ends in divorce. I mean, 99 out of 100 are going to end in divorce. The reason is they're married for the wrong reason. They're controlled. They're there for the money, and the guy loses his job, doesn't have any money. It's for the sex, but the sex gets boring. Or they tend to meet another guy, and they end up going to the other guy. And that's what happens. That's why most marriages fail is it's the girl gets bored and tired, or the guy, and then they go to the competition. They go, this isn't bad. I like this. I'm leaving you for this younger girl because I like her, I like her better, or whatever the girl, I'm going for a younger guy, whatever it is, or he's richer, whatever. That it all comes back to competition. We're all competing against each other for girls and jobs and everything else. And that's all back to Austrian economics. So it always comes back to economics. But it's the girl. What bothered me, maybe it's because I understand economics that I don't understand why the girl doesn't want to understand competition and and then in other words, the girl's got to have enough guts to go, hey, wait a minute, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I'm with Howard. I could be with Bobby. Wait a minute. I should get to know Bobby. Maybe I want Bobby more, or maybe I want Howard more. And this is what they don't understand, but I do. And because I understand Austrian economics, I look at the girl going, oh, I have a boyfriend. I go, I don't care. Let me compete with him, and you'll leave the boyfriend in a minute, because I understand that if I just give you freedom and make you happy, that's what everybody wants. But I doubt your boyfriend understands that. Or even if they're married, I don't care. It's like, wait a minute. So the girl doesn't understand the competition, but I do. So that's why I don't care. If a girl says I have a boyfriend, I just laugh going, I'll be happy to compete with him. I'm sure you'll choose me. That's my confidence and understanding of what economics is. There is another reason to buy gold and silver. But for girls, like I said, if you give I offered a girl $100 if I won the bet, purely just to make her happy. No other reason. She took it as implied sex. I said, I didn't imply sex. If I wanted sex, I'd say, let's go have sex. And then you might say, oh, well, I need $200. And I'd say, oh, okay, here's $200. Let's go have sex. But I never brought it up. But there are girls, if I give silver to, they'll take it not applying sex, just they'll take the silver because they know it's worth a lot. I don't care. That was great, Professor. A lot of truth, though. It's all absolutely. Well, that's basically, there's two reasons to buy it. One, you're sitting on money. You're sitting on this that's going to zero. Do you want to keep holding this, or do you want to get out of this and buy real assets? Now, you might buy diamonds. You might buy Mantle cards or Brady or Jordan cards, or you might buy gold and silver, but I don't want to be in this, right? So that's the biggest reason. And then you're buying the gold and silver because it's going to go up, because demand's here, and the price is here, and the price has to go to demand. Even though JP Morgan is putting their foot on it, eventually it has to go. That's just law. That's human nature. That's just all these countries going out of the dollar. They all want gold to go up. It'll go up. Even if the U.S. threatens war is what they do. They say, if you go to the gold standard, or you go and tell everybody how much gold you have, we'll go to war with you. That's why they haven't done it. That happened in like 2014 with China. China's been buying and buying and buying gold. And if they said they got 40,000 tons, it's all over for the U.S. And the U.S. threatened war with them. But yeah, I mean, but with the girls, it differs by country. Like I say, Jenna's great. Very nice. My Romanian girls are a little bit different. Romania to the Ukraine and Russia, the girls are a little bit different. They're very family oriented, and they're very jealous type of girls. But the girls here are just ridiculous. I mean, you go talk to them and they just assume it's sex and don't want anything to do with it. What the fuck is that? What kind of way is that to go through life? Great lifestyle, good eating, hot women, nice vacations, investing wisely will increase the odds of gaining more of all that. Well, yes, you need to be smart. Just like when we bet the football games, I'm telling you, avoid this one, bet on that one. And I'm right a whole lot of the time, because I understand why I'm telling you to bet this and not that, like Memphis yesterday, like East Carolina, like today's games. So I'm telling you what to do so you make money to have a better life, and then you take your money, and then I'm telling you go buy gold and silver with it. I'm not trying to control you. I'm trying to give you a better life so you can enjoy things better. That's my goal. Ryan, sorry to change the subject, but the Raiders just announced they're benching Derek Carr. For whom? Do they have a backup? Derek Carr will never get a ring. He's joined the list with Matt Ryan at this point. So if we go to Oakland, Frisco, oh, that's perfect. Now watch that line go up. I love Frisco if Derek Carr was playing. Now, if he's not playing, I don't even know who their backup is, but Frisco's going to kill him now. And they were going to kill him before. So what you do with that news is you run and bet a teaser with Frisco in it, maybe putting it with the Minnesota Green Bay over or the Buffalo Cincinnati over. Again, my free play is the Green Bay mini over, assuming Rodgers plays. Now he's got a questionable knee, but I'm hoping it's just bullshit from Rodgers. Profit. Carr is finished with the Raiders. He's not a bad quarterback, but okay. Can't wait for those Kangaroos and Maple Leafs to get here. That's my own personal late Christmas present. Yeah, I did the same thing. I bought an ounce of gold and 20 ounces of silver. It was my Christmas present to myself. So yes, I put it under the tree, and I got a Maple Leaf gold, and I got the Buffalo silvers. I have one kangaroo. You'll like the kangaroos. It's a very pretty coin. Let me get it for you. I told you I would. They want to unload his contract. Well, that's the problem in the NFL now is these $30 million contracts. Why the owner can't say, I'll give you $8 million. Like any starting quarterback, you got to pay him 30, 35 million. Why? They're not all the same. Tom Brady and Rodgers and Mahomes, yes, but Daniel Jones, the Giants, you're going to pay that. Lamar Jackson, he wants 50 million. Say, well, good luck. You're not getting it from me, and I'd let the guy walk, or I'd trade him for whatever I could get for him. But hell no. Bobby, yeah, Derek Carr will probably end up with the Colts next year, maybe. Jared Stidham will start this week for New England. Huh? Why aren't they going with Zappy? So Jones did get hurt. Okay, well, in that case, you got to love Miami if Stidham's the quarterback. But I don't know. Is he still, or are you talking he's on Oakland? Should I even ask this Matt Ryan that? You got the kangaroo in gold or silver? Silver. No, I got it in gold. Yeah, I got it in gold. I'll go show it to you just a second. Carr will not be in Vegas next year. Super Bowl, was it fixed? Stidham's at Oakland. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he was still at New England. So why did New England let him go and keep Jones? Stidham, I liked him at Auburn, but he's never done anything. All right, give me 1 minute to get my goal. A little bag of gold. Heard Raiders may try to get Brady. Oh, is he still? Well, I don't know. I saw him at San Francisco. I'm not sure I see him in Oakland. Stidham is strictly a backup. He was okay. It'll probably be the last ounce I pull out. All right, hold on. Well, I got a lot of maple leaves. Okay. Do you like this one, Bobby? It's a Philharmonic. It's an Austrian one. I picked it up. This was like the only one he had. And this is the back. So you might want to look for that one. And I got like this. This is a Credit Suisse quarter ounce. This was like all he had, so I bought it. But it's still worth the same. Of course, this will be on the bottom. I got a lot of these maple leaves. They're pretty. They're very shiny coins. Okay. Here it is. This is a kangaroo. It's a half ounce kangaroo. The front of it is Queen Elizabeth because Australia was still under British rule. They're like Canada with the Queen. So you got the Queen there. And in the right corner, which is hard to see, it says a half ounce of gold. So it does say it's gold. It does say half ounce, but it is Australian. So it's really neat. Half ounce of gold. Now you can see here's a quarter ounce US one, and this kind of confuses me sometimes. It's a real small half ounce. This is a quarter ounce. So I mistake it sometimes and I miscount because I count this as a quarter ounce. And then I'm a quarter ounce low and I go, oh, wait, this is a half ounce, even though this is a quarter ounce. So you got to look at the small print that says, no, it's a half ounce. So silver time, where did they keep the gold bars? Are you talking the James Bond gold bars, or are you talking about that one I showed? The one I showed you I got it in the coin store. The James Bond ones, I don't know where they are. They're in banks or something. Now, keep in mind, I also have these ones. These are little 1/10 of an ouncers. It's just they have different sizes. There's actually two in here, I think. Maybe there's one. No, there's just one. So this is a 1/10 of an ounce. So it doesn't matter. It's just gold. And you just want to own as much gold as you can, which you can see it took me a while to get to the kangaroo. But that's, these make great birthday gifts. So here's the Cougaran. So you can see it does say on it, it does say on the bottom, 1 ounce pure gold. Right there, 1 ounce pure gold. And that's all we care about. It doesn't give the 999. This is South Africa Cougaran. So again, you're not competing. You're just getting it from different. But it's all gold, right? That's the key. It's all gold. It's all silver. And but all I've done is I've traded this for this. So I gave this looks like a half ounce. No, I think it's a full ounce. Yeah, this is 1 ounce. So all I did is take this. $1,800, $1,900 later, I bought this. This is a US one. So I bought this with that. That's all I've done. I haven't spent a nickel. I've switched my money into this, and then I'm waiting for this to go up. And that's what everybody's waiting for. But I'm smart enough to understand and teach you guys that this has a higher value because it's physical, and you certainly do not want to be in the COMEX and or in the ETFs because you don't have this. And the scam is the ETFs say you have this, but you don't. In the ETF, there's 1 ounce and they sell it to 100,000 people, and 100,000 people think they have the 1 ounce. And the only person with the ounce is the guy who owns the ETF, not you. I own this. I have this. This is the difference between this and Bitcoin. I have this. I can walk to the coin store or go on eBay and sell it to get this. But I don't want this right now, so I'm holding this until it hits a higher value. There's nothing really different about this and this are both money. So when they say it's not an investment, what they mean is this is money and this is money. Most people don't understand what this is, and it's just a fucking unbelievable. That's like thinking, I don't know, I have a girlfriend, I don't know what to do with her. I mean, it's just, it's insane that people don't understand what gold is. How do you not understand what this is? And they don't understand that the value on COMEX is 1880 or 1820 is not the real price of the physical. Because on COMEX, I'm selling 1,000 ounces of this. I don't have 1,000 ounces. How can I sell 1,000 ounces? And to your question, Bobby, yes, that's fucking illegal. They all should be going to jail for it. But again, if the laws aren't strict and aren't real and they don't get them enforced, they're not laws. That's the problem with our country. And that's what you have in Russia and China. The laws don't apply, or they apply to the poor people, but not the mafia people. Putin does not have a law. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, and all his oligarchs do whatever the fuck they want. They get money in for arms. They steal it all. They go buy these big yachts. That's Russia. That's China. All these rich people, because they don't have laws, don't apply to them. That's communism. That's what's coming here. Look at all the laws all these people have. Where are we at? Where do they keep the gold bars? I would think they have safes or banks. Well, you saw Money Heist, right? There's a safe, like in Switzerland. Here's a Swiss bar. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Now this is a small one. This is a 1/4 ounce. And normally when I can buy an ounce of this or an ounce of this, I buy the coin versus the bar. There really is no difference. They're really the same as far as you're buying gold, but more people prefer this. And then, Bobby, to answer your other question, this is what I keep all my gold in, are these holders, because I don't want to touch it. Now, that's what I do. So I think there's like vaults. I know Switzerland's got this underground vault, which holds a ton of gold, and it's just the whole thing. So if you put your money in that gold vault, you're very safe and secure. From a nuclear bomb, you're safe and secure because it's, 10 miles underground, and nothing can happen to it. And it's the safest you could ever have. So if I need to, I'm running to Switzerland to put my money in if the U.S. starts getting a little bit crazy here. but that's where they keep it, Prophet. So they're all in like secure vaults, let's say. That's an ounce of gold. Which one are you talking about, Bobby? The kangaroo's a half ounce. Yeah, this is an ounce. This is an ounce of gold. The Krugerrand, this is an ounce of gold. You can usually tell by the size. So here is this, and this is a quarter ounce, because you can see the difference in size. So this is a quarter ounce US. This is a full ounce Krugerrand. And I think Krugerrands only come in an ounce. I've never seen them less. And this is, oh, wait, no. Here is a quarter ounce Krugerrand. I'm sorry. So, yes, they do come smaller. So you want to diversify. This is how I diversify my portfolio, is I buy different sizes. It all works out. It's actually cheaper to buy the ounce, because you buy the ounce for like $1,900. The half ounce is not necessarily $950. It could be $1,000. So you're paying a little more for the half ounce if you buy 2 half ounces than the ounce. And then if you buy 4 quarters, they're like $500 each, is $2,000, but the ounce is $1,900. So from a value standpoint, you want the ounce. From a diversification, yeah, I want some quarter ounces. I want a quarter ounce American, right? Because if it hits 50,000, this will be worth 10,000. Yeah, I want to go cash 10,000 in. It's easier. Plus, it's easier if I'm going to go see Jenna and I want to give her a quarter ounce. It's easy to put it right in my pocket and take it out with all my change and surround it with quarters and dimes when I'm going through X-ray. And you got the plastic case, and they don't give a shit. So it's much easier to transport that and the silver like that. Questions. Let's see. Prophet, is one of the Die Hard films they robbed the entire U.S. gold reserves? No, that was Die Hard 3. Yeah, they were. It wasn't the U.S. gold reserves. It was all the countries. So what happened is in World War II, Hitler's stealing all the gold because he's mafia, because Germany's broke. He is mafia, and he knows about gold, and he goes and he's invading these countries to steal their gold. That was World War II. That was the reason he invaded them, only for the natural resources, if they had any, and the gold and silver. So what the countries did in World War II is they took their gold and sent it to America, like France, Germany, well, not Germany, France, Belgium, those countries in there, the Amsterdam, and they sent it to the U.S. for protection. That's what you saw in Die Hard 3. If you notice, they had countries listed. It wasn't U.S. gold. They don't have any left. It's all these other countries. So you would see, like, whatever it's at, France or Italy or Spain, and then you'd see their gold bars in the Federal Reserve in New York. That was Die Hard 3. So they were stealing the gold of all the countries that were in the Federal Reserve in New York. That was Die Hard 3. Nice. Prophet, does the Federal Reserve building in New York contain all the U.S. reserves of gold? The U.S. doesn't have any reserves of gold. The Federal Reserve, I believe, does have some. And then Fort Knox is supposed to have some, but they don't have any because they don't ever show you. And as a governmental agency, they should be showing you, look, we got 8,000 tons. But nobody believes we have 8,000 tons. We believe they've sold it. And, they thought it wasn't worth anything. And then the Keynesians come in who don't like gold because they don't want us to control themselves. Let's put it this way. If we go back to girls for a second, it's like the Keynesians with girls. The Keynesians want the government to control the money supply and the gold and want to tell us what to do. All the MMT, the modern monetary theorists, are Keynesians. All the Keynesians are communist, socialists, want to control us. That's what this whole reset's about. That's why this whole U.S. is in problems, because the fucking Keynesians are trying to take over. they're the ones with the girl. Well, this is, I want to control you. That's my thought process. So you can see the parallel of an Austrian who believes in freedom and competition and everybody being happy and taking care of themselves. We all have freedom versus the Keynesian trying to control. So that's kind of where I get it probably with gold, with girls, is the Austrian freedom and, be happy and free, not the Keynesians, I got to control you. So now it's really starting to hit home. Bobby, I really want to Bobby Bonilla all these assets with my signature wooden baseball bat for compressing the price. I don't understand what you just said there. Do you keep your silver loose, or does condition not matter as much with silver? My silver, I showed you, is in those white plastic, right? I put 20 in, and I got a bunch of white plastics that are closed. And so each one, so no, it's not loose like this. I'm not going to waste time getting all these for my silver. I got over 400 ounces of it now. So they're all in the 20 plastic. So I put 20 in the tube, I seal it up, boom. And no, I'm not really that concerned about the condition. I'm just concerned that it's an ounce of silver and it's in good condition, but I'm not terribly concerned. Like here, I'm not concerned about this condition of this Cougaran. If it's gem mint or mint, I bought a 1/4 ounce of gold. That's all I care about. So it doesn't matter, but these are all mint condition gold. I mean, first of all, you can't do anything to it. It's unbreakable. You can't destroy it. So I'm not, I'm buying an ounce of gold is what I'm doing, but I prefer coins over the James Bond bars that were in from Russia with love, or from whatever that the Goldfinger, right? That I don't even know. I don't know anybody can afford. That's like a lot of ounces of gold. They're probably like $1 million for the James Bond bar. Well, what would you do with it? And then how would you get rid of it? So the central banks are buying the bars, but I just want to take, all I want to do is take this. It'll be worth 50 grand. Give me 50 grand. You know what? I want to go buy a house. Here you go. That's what I want to do. But then I have this, which is a 1/4 ounce. So this would be worth 1/4 of 50,000. So let's call it 40,000. This will be worth 10,000. So it'll be 12,000. Just give me 12,000, and I'm going to go on vacation and live a few months with Jenna in Europe or something. Will the guy at the coin store or someone online buy it from us for more money if it has kangaroo versus regular silver coin? No, maybe a small difference, but not. You're buying the ounce of silver, the ounce of gold. So let's take Bobby's. Yes, I paid more for. So if I'm sitting at the coin store, to answer your question, Bobby, and I got these two coins. They sell this one for 160 over spot. They sell this for 100 over spot. Okay, so I buy this for 1988, and I buy this for, let's say, 1888. Now the price zooms up as we were expecting. Now I'm trying to sell it. I'll probably get a little bit more for this than that. So maybe this will be 50,000. This will be 49.5. Do I really give a fuck? No. So this is why I keep preaching. You buy this for 1900, but you don't sell it now. You wait for the price to go up. It's like buying a stock. So you buy Amazon at, I don't know, $100 a share. You don't want to sell it at 100 because you feel it's going to go to 500. So you wait on the stock to go to 500 before you're selling it. My green tea and honey. So that's what you're doing. So yes, there's a little bit, but again, I paid less for this. So this cost me $18.88, and this cost me $19.88. So on the beginning, I'm paying less for it now, but they're the exact same 1 ounce of gold. If Bobby could melt this, I could take it to Bobby and say, here, melt these down and give me 2 Bobby Bonilla 1 ounce golds, or give me 2 kangaroos, or whatever you want to call it. And I take that. And you know who's doing that right now? China's doing that right now. China takes their gold and sends it to Switzerland, and they melt it and they return it as a different look. Or they're taking U.S. gold, melting it, and putting it in as China gold. They are doing that right now. So it's being melted down and redone. A lot of Nazi gold was melted down and turned into English gold, Maple Leafs, or U.S. gold, or some other gold, because nobody wants to have Nazi gold where it says the Nazis on it. So the Nazis got the gold, and they put the Nazi symbol on it to say it's our gold. Well, nobody wants Nazi gold. I mean, Now, this gold here, this is the maple leaf that you love so much, Bobby. This could have been Roman. Julius Caesar could have owned this ounce, because this is indestructible. So he could have had it. It got melted down and then made into a Canadian one. Now, keep in mind, this date on this is 2009. So this was gold before 2009. This was something else. And this can get melted down in 2035 into another. Maybe it's the BRICS countries. Maybe it's in China or Russia. Who knows what it is? But you're buying the ounce of gold, and that's what you're buying. And the other thing is, so this is pure gold. There's nothing in it. Where this has silver in it and copper and brass. It's still an ounce of gold, but this is going to weigh more because they've added more elements in it. This scratches very easily, but I don't care. I got it in a container. This, I can't scratch it because I can't touch it. This is weighs more, but at the end of the day, they've used 1 ounce of gold in both of these. So understand that. And you can see how shiny. Look how shiny the maple leaf is versus versus the U.S. Look at the difference in the color. This is much shinier. This catches your eye because this is pure 1 ounce. That there's nothing else in it. This is dulled by the silver and copper and other things they put in it. Bobby, yeah, I've seen online, for example, they have the same coin design, but for different years, like one for 2018 and one for 20. Is one better than the other to buy? Now you're getting into collectibles, like which mantle card's better. What we're doing here is buying 1 ounce of gold. We don't care what year. We're buying for the ounce. Yes, they have coins that are more limited than others that might have a bigger value if you're buying the coin as an investment. Just like, the 1907 Hannes Wagner, they only made 6 or 7 of them in that year. So, yeah, that was much more limited. And that's the thing. If you get a more limited year where they didn't make as much and demand's higher, so supply's low and demand's high, of course, then the price kicks up. That's the beauty of the coins. That's more at market. The problem is the gold itself is being held down. So this should be 50,000 is being held down. Now this as a collectible, as an investment, is a 1998. This is a 1998. Now, is this worth more than the 2010? Maybe, but we don't care. That's not the point. We're buying the ounce. You want to accumulate as much gold as you can, because when this goes out, when this goes doo-doo to zero, this goes up because it takes more of these to buy this. It's very simple. That's why everybody's scratching their head going, it doesn't make sense. This is losing value. This has to go up. But it's not going up because Comex is keeping the price down. That's what you gotta just use simple logic. And then so that's why everybody doesn't understand why isn't gold going up, because they don't understand inflation is you devaluing the dollar, making it where I need more dollars to buy an asset, to buy a car. Look at, why is the Camry 30,000 when I just paid 22 for it? Because the dollar is losing value, so it costs more for the steel and the tires and the paint and all the assets, all the raw materials to make the car. So we got to charge more. Well, charging more is because the value of the dollar's down. The price didn't go up on all that. So that's really what you need to understand, which is what I'm teaching you. And basically, so there that. But if the value of the dollar forces the Toyota up, why isn't it forcing gold? Why doesn't it force all assets? It does. Oreos are more. Coca-Cola's more. I couldn't even find broccoli in the grocery store yesterday. So anyway, Bobby, one last look. So you got your kangaroo. It's adorable when I saw it. So this is a Queen Elizabeth. This says Australian on this side. So you know it's an Aussie dollar. And Queen Elizabeth ran that. So maybe it's worth more because Queen Elizabeth's dead now. We'll see. But that's basically, so that's the idea of why the gold and silver should go up. And you want to keep it safe. And then you have different denominations. So you have different girlfriends. So Jenna gets a half ounce. Maybe another one gets a quarter ounce, or they get silver. Whoever I've given silver, very rarely do I give out gold. Whoever I've given silver out took it without a heartbeat. The lady in Alabama who helped me find a place to live, I gave her a quarter ounce and a couple ounces of silver. She says, I can't take your money. I says, well, I didn't give you any money. And I was saying, I don't know what you're talking about. And then she took it with no problem. She took my gold and silver. People will take your gold and silver and don't think it's sexual. Only if it's a football bet would somebody think that's sexual. I'm giving you money. Oh, it's obviously sexual. I mean, these people are so fucking stupid. It's really hard to relate to any American girl. Bobby, what do you mean? I really want to Bobby Bonilla all these assets with my signature wooden baseball bat for compressing the price. Put it in English for me. I don't know what you're talking about. Bobby, yeah, I see online, for example, they have the same coin design. Oh, okay, my pig ears were more expensive too. Well, there you go. Those are some good-looking coins. Makes me want to order more. No, I was working here. I got a job in Alabama at a Toyota place. Went down there for 6 months. It's all I could stand. And I came back to Michigan. Terrible experience. Huntsville, Alabama is the stupidest city I've ever. They don't have fucking restaurants there. They got McDonald's and Wendy's and expensive Mexican restaurants. They don't. They have one mall with one movie theater. It's fucking like Gomer Pyle. I swear the people are terrible assholes. Like this girl I'm telling you about. There was one like club, the health club that I went to. The people all they do is care about Alabama. I would wear this shirt, this Michigan shirt, to the club on purpose to say, I'm not Alabama, go fuck yourself. And they were just very unfriendly type of people. And there's a lot of defense contractors down there. So not everybody's Alabama, but the Alabama people are just assholes. Oh, I meant Bobby Bonilla of all their assets for suppressing price of metals. Bobby Bonilla is a baseball bat across their asses. Oh, okay. Well, I knew you meant hitting with the bat, but I wasn't sure what you were going with. What part of Alabama? Huntsville. It's northern. It's near Tennessee. Were you from Tuscaloosa? You could have ran into your buddy Saban. No, I never went down there. I was in Huntsville. It was a half hour in Tennessee, and believe me, I wanted to get out of there. After a month or two, I didn't like anything about it. I didn't realize it was so bad. No casinos, nowhere to play poker, no restaurant. How do you not have on all the barbecue places? They didn't have regular silverware. It was all plastic, and it was all like, here I get the slab of ribs I talked to you about for $27. It's a slab of ribs. It's a baked potato or fries. It's a salad. There it was like they give you a few ribs, and then it was like $3 for baked beans, a little container of baked beans, and $3 for a little container of like mashed potatoes, and then these little ribs without any fucking silverware. It was a fucking nightmare. They're like 50 years behind the times. How do you not have a casino or any place to play poker? Where Bryce Young and all those guys go to eat and get women. Well, that's probably at the college. There's probably that, but they don't have restaurants. They probably don't know that they don't have restaurants there. The biggest problem I had with these guys at work, I had a problem with the car. I ran over a curb because the curbs are so stupid. They're long, and I accidentally ran over one. So the bottom of my car was scratching. So I needed to put it back up. So I'm at work. I'm asking these guys, where do you take your car? These guys are such assholes. Nobody told me any place. Oh, I don't have a car, or my wife has a car, or this or that. Nobody took their car anywhere. I asked 10 people, and that was the beginning of the end. I go, fuck all you people. What do you mean you don't take your car in? You don't have a car place? They didn't like me because I was smarter than them, and I was a northerner. They did not like me at all, and I could feel that because I can feel things and I can sense things. That's why I was talking to the girl from Cincinnati. She's more northern. We got along together. We got along better together. Her stupidity was she should have got to know me better and come and been with me instead of saying I'm married to some asshole probably from Cincinnati. Do they all have pickups in Bama? Pretty much. I don't even think it's horse and buggy. I think there. No, I mean they have regular cars. The thing that pissed me off the most is I'd go to a Publix grocery store, and everything was taxed at 9% where I was at. Even if you bought a Coke, a can of chili, fruit, my avocados, so it'd be a price. And then everything's taxed at 9%. Now, normally, I just got avocados for $1. It was on sale yesterday, and I bought like 10 of them. And that's it. It's $1 a thing. That's it. There's no tax. There's only tax on like this chicken I'm eating, this rotisserie chicken. That's the only tax is on food that they make. But if you buy a can of tuna, there's no tax on it. In Alabama, they added 9%. So I'd get a $60 food bill that turned out to be $65. It was like, fuck this. And the 9% tax, I thought it'd be cheaper here than Michigan. It's more expensive. Michigan's 6%, and they don't tax you on every fucking thing you buy. So because I'm a man of money, I didn't like the extra cost, the extra tax. I didn't like the job. I didn't like the people. And the things I like to do, like play poker and stuff like that, I couldn't do. So it was like, I'm not happy here. You can't even talk to a girl. They're all so weird and controlled. It was just like fuck it, let me get back to Detroit. How long you lived out there for? 6 months. I went down for a job in November, and I came back in April. That was 6 months. The only bad part is I had to give up my apartment, and I'm paying like $250 more for this apartment. But I might have had to pay more for my own apartment because of all the cost increases. So I might have had to pay another 100 where I was at. But that was the only thing, is then I had to find a new apartment, and which was more expensive. But the culture down there, oh my, don't ever go to Huntsville, Alabama. How do you not have a normal restaurant? It was like, what the fuck? Where am I living on? Now, I've been to Europe. I've been to the Ukraine. I've been to Odessa. I've been to Lviv. I've been to Donetsk. They all had good restaurants. I went to Donetsk. I'll tell you a quick story. It was so ahead of its time. You sat in a booth and you ordered, the menu was on the wall of the booth, right? And you'd scroll through the menu. Oh, I want a hamburger. I want a salad. I want a Coke. And you'd push on it. And then it gave you your bill. And then 10 minutes later, a waiter came out with your food. You never talked to a waiter to order. It was all done electronically. Leave that up to the fucking Russians to do that. Here we don't do it. We got to order with a waitress. And it was so clever. But I had much better than Odessa. I was at like a 5-star, and it was beautiful, and it was all mafia run, and it was very tasty, salmon and potato and everything. I mean, it was sterling silver pots and pans. You could see them hung up in the kitchen, and the ovens were nicer than anything you see here. And this was in fucking Odessa in the Ukraine, and they had better stuff than you got here. And the prices were so cheap. The beauty of living there or visiting there is you take your US dollar, and it's like 20-1 versus the Ukraine dollar. Right now it's like 36-1. So they can't charge a lot because people can't afford anything. So what would be a $50 salmon here is a $10 salmon there. Or what we did, I was there last Christmas and New Year's. Well, for Christmas dinner, I got a New York strip that was like this. That was an American cut, $15. And I go, how can you charge so little? And said, well, we can't charge a lot. Nobody's got money. So we've got to make the market, which is my whole point. So they got to sell it at market. And the market's here in the Ukraine, not up here. And I'm eating the best steak I ever had in my life in fucking Odessa or wherever I was, Lviv, yes. And it was just beautiful New York strips. I mean, unbelievable. But again, that's the thing in Europe. The people are poor, so they can't afford it. So you live like a king with US dollars over there. And the girls like it too because they get to eat nice. They were trying to rob the professor. How long you lived out there for? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there 6 months, and I just walked away from the job. After the girl situation, we just came to an understanding. I said, I'm just going to leave. This is fucking ridiculous. You're like 5-year-olds. And they're like, well, this is a job. This isn't a dating place. I says, well, first of all, who knows it's not, I didn't come here to date, but if you meet somebody that you like, well, you're not supposed to talk to them. I says, I was at Mercedes. There was married people. There was a lot of people married to each other who worked there, or GM or Ford. What the fuck are you talking about? So you meet somebody you like, you're not supposed to talk to them because it's a job? Fuck you. And I really didn't like the Japanese. Don't ever work for a Japanese company. They're fucking out of their minds. They're control freaks, and they don't like Americans. And one guy started yelling at me. You'll love this story. So I'm a budget person. I've been doing it for 25 years. I did it for 4 years at Mercedes. Flawless. I'm an ace. Nobody had a problem with me. I go down there, and I'm new, and I'm trying to learn everything, and I did the budget, the way I would do it at Mercedes. And some Japanese guy starts yelling at me, going, oh, you're supposed to verify this and that. I go, well, that's why you got the manager. The manager verifies. I'm talking to the manager. And he starts yelling at me, and I go, excuse me, you're out of line. There's no reason to yell at me. And I kept saying, you're out of line, man. Like, you better shut the fuck up because you're out of line. If I need to go talk to an attorney about this, I will. You're harassing me, and I basically just kept saying, you're out of line. Stop. Why are you yelling? Is this what the Japanese do? Like, I'm an American and you think it's Pearl Harbor again? What the fuck are you? Why are you yelling at me? I'm a professional. I got a master's. I've been doing this for 20 years. What are you fucking yelling? Are you fucking crazy? The war has been over since 1944. You lost. You bombed us first, Pearl Harbor. And he just kept yelling, and I just kept saying, you're out of line. And that was it. And I just said, fuck it, I'm not working here. I'm really looking forward to these bowl games coming up, starting with UCLA. The job called HR on the professor. The girl the girl went to HR because I offered her $100 if my football bet of Cincinnati Bengals, and she Cincinnati won, and I would give her the 100. She immediately went to, it must be for sex, which I said, well, I guess this girl's a prostitute because if somebody offers her money, why does her mind go to sex? So she must be a prostitute. So you have a prostitute working here, and you're worried about me offering her part of my money if I win a football bet, which this is all personal. Why is she going to HR with personal stuff? So that's what happened. But yeah, the Japanese guy, HR talked to me about that. I said, this guy's biggest asshole I've ever met. I says, I work for the Germans, which is much harder than the Japanese. I never had a problem like this. Nobody ever yelled at me in 4 years at Mercedes. And I dealt with Stuttgart all the time. I don't know what the fuck this problem with this Japanese guy, but he needs to get fired because he's I didn't yell at the girl, right? He's yelling at me. It was just way out of line. I don't let anybody yell at me. Bobby, I had a situation where a girl reported me after we stopped dating because I moved on to someone else, and she started showing them old pics of mine from text and everything. Well, she probably wanted your money. You're a baseball player. There's nothing you can do. I mean, just ignore her, and then she doesn't have any hold on you. At 2end, I did not get in trouble once they seen the text that I provide proving it was mutual. See, that now I've sent some nice stuff to Jenna, and she sends me some nice stuff back. But I don't know what's wrong with that. It's perfectly normal, especially when you're in a different country. But who cares? Like, why is it an issue what you send to somebody? And like, she's trying to get you in trouble. Again, that's the 10-year-old mentality of the people now, of these kids, that they think, I can get you in trouble. I can get you fired. I want to sue you. I want your money. And they're looking at lazy ways of doing it. I got a text. Or he said he wants to give me money. He didn't mention sex, but he said he's going to give me $100 if his football bet wins. That's obviously sex. And I'm going to run to HR. Well, what the fuck you talking about? Fine. Just say no. Okay, you don't want the money if the bet wins. And the bet won, and I went up to her and said, well, I would have given you $100. And I just but you implied sex. So do you want sex with me? Is that what you're saying? But you're too shy to say it? Like, what the fuck? They seem all her responses and realize it was consensual. But it's crazy what some people will do. Well, why is she doing that? She's jealous because you moved on. So she wants to hurt you for moving on. And you're entitled to date, as we've been discussing, as many girls as you want. And the most important thing that as a guy, we need to find the girls that will allow, it won't be a problem if you talk to other girls. And we say it won't be a problem if you talk to other guys. So you got to find the right girl, just like you got to find the right restaurant, right? In the world of competition. So you find a girl who doesn't mind if you talk to other girls and you say you can talk to other guys. Then it's conceptual and nobody can get hurt or pissed off. But if you're with a girl who's a controlling type of beast, then you are in trouble if you do what you did, Bobby. She's controlling, and then as soon as you are leaving her for somebody else, now I wouldn't have told her that. I would have just started talking to the other girls and going out with them, and I never would have mentioned the other. I'm busy. We got baseball practice. I got a road trip. I can't. Oh, I got to sign baseball cards. Sorry, I don't have time. I never would have brought up that there's another girl and let her just, I'm not interested anymore. Sorry. That's how you should have handled it. Laugh out loud. She probably wanted the professor. I get that a lot. A lot of girls want me because I'm nice, and they're not used to nice. I've had so many marriage proposals, like in Romania and in the Ukraine. I'll meet a girl, we'll have sex, we go to dinner, I'm nice to her. 2 days later, I want to marry you. I don't know her that well. I don't know if I really want to get married. And I'm like, I'm thoroughly, thank you very much that you think that much of me. But I don't know. I don't know. After meeting her for 2 days, I don't know that I want to marry her. I don't know if I'm going to marry Jenna, and I've known her for 5 years, but it depends, maybe. But not after 2 days and some sex and some dinner, let's get married. That shows you how there was no competition for me there. And once they saw, there's a lot of scammers in the Ukraine, and the girls scam the guys tremendously. That's why you got to be careful. But when they meet me, they don't know what to do with me because they don't want to hurt me. I'm very nice to them, very loving and respectful. So when they meet me, they sit there and they go, I don't want to scam this guy. I don't want to hurt this guy. No. He's not a guy I want to hurt. I want to hurt somebody else, but I don't want to hurt him. I get that an awful lot when I go there because I'm very nice, loving, and respectful, which is what all girls want. Hasn't even been 24 hours and they're already attached. Because I give them what the guys in Russia and the Ukraine and Romania don't give them. The guys in the Ukraine, here's the problem in the Ukraine. You got 100 beautiful, blonde, thin, incredible looking girls, and they're very nice. And you got some guys, but the guy doesn't want one girl because there's 100, right? The girl wants to be one. She doesn't want you to date on her. You can see it's never going to work there because they want us, right? They want a guy like me who finds the one girl and goes, yeah, that's fine. That's who I want. You're perfect. You're beautiful. You're very nice. You're loving. Yeah, I'll take you. But they don't get that in Russia or Ukraine. So let's go into Ukraine. The guy doesn't want one girl. He wants to fuck all of them. He's there to get multiple girls because it's like, I don't have the competition. There's so many beautiful girls. Why do I want one? And yet, if I go there, yeah, I'll take the one because, I'm happy to have the one. And that's the problem. So the girl wants one guy who's not going to fuck around on her, and the guy wants all the girls. So I don't know how they ever can get along because there's no guy that's going to sit there and take one girl because they're trained to, do as many as they can. And the girls are so beautiful and they know they're beautiful that they don't want, you're not cheating on me. I'm gorgeous. I know I'm gorgeous. So if you want to date me, it's just me. And I heard that from one girl. She said, I'm number one. If you want to date me, I'm number one. I'm the only one for you. And I said, thank you, but I have 5 others. So it didn't work out, but that's kind of the way they are there. They're incredibly beautiful, incredibly smart, and they know exactly that they're beautiful and smart, and they know their value, and they expect you to treat them nice and spend money on them, take them to a nice dinner, go shopping. I want perfume and a purse, and they know that, but they know that they're beautiful. So that's the dilemma of the Ukraine. So if you want a beautiful girl, you go to the Ukraine, you get the girl. She'll love that you make her one and spend some money on her, and it's a good investment. And then you get the hottest girl. You'll never find a girl like that here, unless you know a Russian Ukrainian girl who lives here. You'll never find it. But yeah, they get it. Well, if you're nice and they can tell you're nice, like with me, I'm very right on. My feelings are on my sleeve. I'm very nice. They know me. They know what they're getting, and so they don't even they can tell right away. And I take them to dinner and I pay, and we go shopping and I pay, and we have sex or we go to the whatever. They can tell right away that I'm sincere and I'm honest and I'm nice, and they don't see it there. So yeah, they're like, get me the fuck out of here is what they're doing, because there's not a lot of me there. There's no competition that I have there. So I mean that's what I have. But here, I can't even get a girl. And these Alabama girls, oh, he offered me $100. Let's take it to the Ukraine. If I gave a girl $100, we'd be in bed in an hour. She'd want to be in bed, because I'm taking care of her and I'm helping her out. And that's how she sees it. She doesn't get insulted. These girls here, oh, even though he didn't say sex, it's clear it was obviously sex. I didn't say sex. What are you talking about? No, it was a football bet, and if the game won, I was going to give her 100. No strings attached. What the fuck are you talking about, sex? I didn't say, hey, let's have sex. How much do you want for it? I always respected her. I always liked her. We had the chemistry. Anyway, that's how strange people are. That's the problem. But you have the chemistry. Like, I'll feel the chemistry. You don't know if they feel it. And it makes it tough. But anyway, that's what's going on. So, free picks, Green Bay, Minnesota over, and UCLA are the free picks. I got 4 locks. I think I have 4 or 5 locks. I have 5 locks going in the bowl games, and I have 4 locks, I believe, in the pros. I don't remember the 4 locks. I remember some of them. I think I remember them. I'll have to check. I posted them, so they're all posted. One gentleman bought my bowl package, didn't get the password. So he emailed me. I didn't get the password. Now, I don't know. Normally, it's an automatic thing. You buy it, you go to PayPal, you pay it, and then it says go back to the site for the password. So maybe he didn't do that. It's not a big deal. I emailed him the password, and he was all set. But if that happens, please just email me, and you'll get it. So I said to him, I didn't play anything yesterday anyway. All the games start today, so he got it. So hopefully we're going to do well today. We'll see what happens. But anyway, so we'll dig into a little bit more. So we know Carr is out. So we know he got to bet Frisco. Carr out. Stidham in. We believe Fields is a quarterback. Jackson, we believe, is out. We know Darnold's for Carolina. We know Willis is in for Tannehill. We know he's out. I believe it's Arizona. So it's we believe it's Trace McSorley for Arizona, and we believe Atlanta is the Cincinnati quarterback that I keep getting mind blood. Indiana, we don't we assume it's Nick Foles again. Why did he start him last week? Why wouldn't he start him this week against Jones? We know Fields, as far as I know, he's not on the injured list. I'm sure he's playing against Goff. Jacksonville, Lawrence against Mills for Houston. Cleveland is Deshaun Watson. I remembered the name. It's funny how I'll just get it, but when I think about it, I can't get the name. But when I just go like I did, and I just go through and not think about it, I can pick it. So Deshaun Watson, who looks like shit against, we're not sure if it's Wentz or Heineke. Wentz is even worse. I think this is an under. We got Dalton for New Orleans against, we're not sure if it's Hurts or if it's Minshew. I don't care. I like either of them. Denver, I believe, is Russell Wilson against Mahomes. Miami, probably Bridgewater against, it looks like it's going to be Matt Jones. Pitt, I assume it's Pickett. Doesn't really matter. Baltimore, Jackson looks like he's out, so it's going to be Huntley. Carolina, Darnold against Brady. Frisco is our man, Jesus Christ. Brock Purdy against, it looks like now it's Stidham. The Jets looks like White against what is it? Smith. Minnesota, as far as I know, it's Cousins against Rodgers. Rodgers with the questionable with the knee. Well, I don't know where that came from. I'm sure Rodgers is playing. LA, it's Mayfield against, as far as I know, San Diego with Herbert. And Buffalo, it's Allen against my man. Oh, my God. I'm too tired. Allen against Burrow, and Burrow is the better quarterback. Burrow, I think, is the best quarterback in the league. He's up there with Mahomes. Rodgers and Brady are, of course, superstars. But I think when you just look at it, it's Burrow, Mahomes, Rodgers equal. Then you got Allen, and then you get the fall off of a bunch of bozos. The Tagliavuas and the Lawrences are on the bottom. Anyway, that's what we have. So we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's what, Thursday already? I don't know. I lose track of days. So that, I believe, is Thursday. So we'll give you a little bit better idea on Dallas, Tennessee. We've got the 4 college games: Duke, Kansas, Arkansas, Kansas and the over, North Carolina, Oregon over, Texas Tech, Mississippi, like it over. Tomorrow, Syracuse, Minnesota, we like it under. Oklahoma, Florida State, over. Washington, Texas, we like Washington because Texas's players are out. And the over probably gets there. So that's today and tomorrow. Again, I got 5 locks going, and we'll see what happens. Well, thank you, Sean. CMAC is awesome. Are you out of your fucking mind? Who's CMAC? Charlie Mack? Who's that? You think the Cowboys will take care of business? Well, the Cowboys, they have to win, and they play early. And Tennessee's so beaten up, and they have Willis. I think Dallas can win. I don't trust them, but I think if you tease them down to 4.5, I think you're good. C-Mac. Who's C-Mac? Charlie Mack. What team is he on? Prescott. Let's see. Mac. C-Mac. C-Mac. Mahomes. Jones. I think Purdy's good. White, Jones, Cousins, Rodgers, Mayfield, Herbert. Who is C-Mac? I have no idea. And I'm not out of my fucking mind. Don't bring that up again, Derek. I don't want to hear that shit. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Very random food question, Professor. Any suggestions for dinner tonight? Think of anything shake my head. Well, what are you in the mood for? C-Mac is probably some quarterback from the CFL. I mean, I just went through every team. I don't know a guy named like C-Mac. Charlie Mack? What the fuck? Are you talking to Mac? I mean, quarterback from Central Michigan? I mean, what are we talking about? You got me, Derek. I don't know. What the fuck? Well, Bobby, what do you feel like? What have you been eating a lot of? I mean, to me, it's either steak, burgers, or I get chicken. Maybe I get Chinese or barbecue. This is rotisserie that I'm eating. I'll probably get my barbecue maybe tomorrow. New Year's Eve, I was going to, see, normally I go get the buffet at MGM and then I go play poker. Well, they don't have the buffet anymore and they got these shit restaurants. So I might go to barbecue New Year's Eve and then go play poker because it's kind of on the way. If I take this one road and go down, I can do that. So I might just go tomorrow for that. Well, if you had Chinese yesterday, yeah, you don't want too much Chinese. He probably out there in Canada playing against Johnny. Yeah, I don't know who C-Mac is. C-Mac, Charlie Mac. Does he mean macaroni and cheese? Maybe he's got it backwards. Well, if you had Chinese, I mean, do you want barbecue? Do you want a steak? I mean, if you had Chinese, you probably had chicken. So you get steak or hamburger or salmon is good if you want fish. I mean, there's a lot you can get. It all depends what you're in the mood for. Maybe you just want ice cream and cake or something. Were you a big fan of MF Johnson back in the days, Professor? Big fan of Johnny Manziel. Are you asking me were you a big fan of Johnny Manziel back in the days? No, I wasn't at all. He was one of these running quarterbacks. I didn't like him. I liked he beat Alabama 2 times in a row because that showed me Alabama's weakness was a mobile quarterback. But no, I wasn't a Johnny, I assume, Manziel fan. All right, Derek, we'll leave you in peace. I don't know who C-Mac is. There's no such person, I guess. Yeah, no, I wasn't a fan of his. I didn't understand why he got drafted early. See, again, they want these running quarterbacks. Yeah, I know who he was. Yeah, A&M. So they keep wanting these athletic quarterbacks thinking that's the key to it. And I'd much rather have a Justin Herbert in the pocket, Mahomes, Burrow. Burrow is what you want. Good fucking passer. Allen runs way too much. He's going to get killed. Yeah, I know he's a big guy, but what are you doing you're running into a brick wall. Barry Sanders retired because he says like a car accident. So why would you run into defensive players? I remember he had a crazy height before he ever got to the league. Yeah, well, that's propaganda. That's Joseph Goebbels, Germany 101, propaganda. Well, look at this Richardson guy from Florida. He sat out the bowl game to get ready for the draft. Who was drafting this guy? He sucks. He had like 12 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. Why would you? What do you see in this guy that you're going to draft him? And he's sitting out the bowl. If this guy gets drafted within the first 3 rounds, they're idiots. And you'll hear me do my video. I'll call them idiots. He became friends with LeBron James and rapper Drake. So was that good or bad? I mean, is LeBron a bad person to be friends with? I don't know. Rapper Drake can't be good. But I don't know. But it certainly didn't help him, put it that way. You got to take care of business. You got to take care of yourself. You might have some good friends that will help you. Maybe Tom Brady would have been a good friend, or maybe I would have hired Joe Montana to help me be a quarterback. I mean, if I was a professional like that, I'd be calling Joe Montana and say, Joe, help me out here. How do I read a defense? What am I looking for? I mean, it's so obvious. That's what I would do. I'll pay you, Joe. You don't need the money, but here you go anyway. Or get a guy like Unitas, or get a guy like you could have got Ted Williams to help you, or Joe DiMaggio, if he was still around. Get a guy who can help you. So Manziel, I mean, what's he doing with LeBron? How is LeBron James a basketball player helping a quarterback? So I don't know. No, I just mean it's crazy how he had so many connections and publicly, but never did shit but beat Alabama one time. I think he beat them twice. And Mike Evans made him look good when he would just throw balls up in the air. Yeah. I didn't realize Mike Evans was on that team, but yeah. No, he beat Alabama 2 times in a row, I believe. He beat him the first time, and then he beat him the second time. So, yeah, but then, see, at least I would draft him because he beat Alabama. At least that's something to put in your hat, feather in your hat. You beat Alabama. What is this? Richardson hasn't done anything. He didn't get killed by Georgia. He lost to Tennessee. He lost to Kentucky. What do you want this guy for? He hasn't beaten anybody. He lost the second time really? I thought he won both games. Oh, okay. I know he won one, but I thought he lost the second. Hey, Teaserking, do you still think Take Taylor? Yes, I do. I remember because I let Bama hard to get revenge, and they won the game. He still lit them up but lost. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what it was, high scoring. Thomas, Tagliabue is not very good. For example, he goes to Buffalo and loses. Last week at home against Green Bay, he throws 4 interceptions and they lose. That's what I don't like about Tagliabue. Yeah, he's got Hill and Waddle. Me and Bobby could throw for 400 yards a game, just throwing the ball up and let Hill catch it and outrun everybody. Doesn't make him a good quarterback. The good quarterback wins. Burrow is a good quarterback because he wins. I'm starting to like Jalen Hurts a little bit, but Minshew's showing it doesn't matter. He threw for 34 against Dallas. I want the winner. What I don't like about Tagliabue, he doesn't win. In the big games, he lost to Buffalo, but he played pretty well. Then he goes and lays the egg against Green Bay. Now he's got the concussion. He gets hurt a lot. I'm not a big Tagliabue fan, so sorry about that. Ryan, why do these players need a babysitter? Since my dad would always tell me, do whatever you want, just don't be a dumbass. Well, exactly. I agree with you. I don't know, but apparently they act like a 5-year-old and they have all this money. So I think the money corrupts and they think they can do whatever they want because they got $1 million. And I think that's what happens. And they think the police won't get them or they won't get in trouble. Bobby, do you like Hurts better than Tua and Mac Jones? Well, yeah, absolutely. Bryce Young, I don't like at all. Sorry. I don't like the Alabama system. It's like the Ohio State quarterbacks. I don't like them. Look at Fields. He can barely complete a pass. He runs nicely. But name an Ohio State quarterback that's done anything except for Tom Addy. And he was a running back on the 61 Giants. It's a system, and they don't do well in the system, right? Look at Burrow. He didn't play in a system in LSU, and look at him now. He's outstanding. He's outstanding immediately. Is Tagliabue outstanding immediately? No. Did he need to get Hill and he need to switch to the 49er offense where he's good in that offense, but here comes Bridgewater and he's just as good in it. Mac Jones stinks on New England. He's terrible. And you know, I don't like the Alabama players because they always are no good in the pros. They're always injured, or the kid at Oakland, kills somebody, and this other kid, what's he on? He's on Jacksonville, and he's suspended for the year for betting on football. They're just, they're not really disciplined people. They're always injured or faking the injuries. Julio Jones been injured for 5 years now. Um, so I don't like them. I don't. There's not good players. The defensive players I would take are out of LSU. Patrick Peterson, Honey Badger. Uh, the list goes on and on. There was a new one that wait till Bote gets there. Jefferson, Jamar Chase, the LSU wide receivers. They're better than the Alabama ones right down the line. So, yeah, I think Alabama's a system. I think they pay their players. They cheat. So I don't like Alabama. Not that the other schools don't cheat, but I don't like them. It's true that LSU and Bama are mainly great for receiver at NFL, not quarterbacks other than Burrow. That's true. Do you remember Justin Blackman from Oak State? Kind of. He transferred. I think he's on another. I just heard his name. What's going on with him, Bobby? He was a hell of a in Oak State, and then quit NFL and left millions on the table because he wanted to smoke weed, did not want to be drug tested. Well, it sounds like he's got his priorities in hand. So what do we do with this guy, Bobby? I mean, clearly he's a moron. Who was that? Wasn't there a running back from Texas who did the same thing? He wanted to just smoke. Ricky Williams, like he kind of quit because he didn't want to play. Um, I don't know, I guess they get tired of football. It's a hard job. I mean, you're physically getting beaten up. Mentally, you're getting drained. You can't make a mistake. So I could see probably just wasn't ready for it. Probably got babied in college, but not in the pros. Yeah, I think he did the same thing. He quit to smoke weed. Well, yeah, he made more money. So yeah, Blackman should have just did a Bosa and pretended he had an injured calf, and basically sits out half the year. So he should have done that, or should have got traded to the Lions, where everybody pretends they're injured. Well, some guys are like that, Bobby. Look at Ryan Leaf. He was great at Washington State, and he sucked in the pros. For the NFL to not let players smoke weed is outrageous. No, they should be allowed to do that. I'm not saying that, and it's legal in a lot of places anyway. So I don't have a problem with that. The problem is when he quits to smoke weed, right? But yeah, I mean, they certainly should allow that. He was a fucking great receiver too. It's a shame. Yeah, hard to. Well, I guess he just didn't enjoy the pros. I mean, some people can't hack it. Bobby, did you ever play any sport? You're probably just a fucking hater. Are you kidding, Derek? Bobby Bonilla played professional baseball with Barry Bonds. Are you insane? I remember Cadillac Williams and other Buck players all smoke weed. I've been in some of those player cars and all smell like weed. Derek, please don't disrespect people on here. That's not the point of this. And yes, Bobby was a professional baseball player. So why are you being rude to Bobby? That's not what this class is about, and you shouldn't. Why do you have negative feelings to Bobby? What did he do to you? He's not a hater. He's very intelligent, as he appears with his comments and questions. But um, Derek, I don't really appreciate that kind of behavior here. Vanilla is lying, don't know any players. Vanilla is not lying. He was a professional baseball player. I showed his rookie card. He played with Barry Bonds and he played on the Mets. So I don't know why you're I mean, unless you know him and you know he's not Bobby Bonilla, um, that's what he's told us, that he is the player who played on the Pirates and the Mets. He's not saying he knows players to be a big shot, because I don't allow big shots here. He's just saying, I don't even know if he said he knew Johnny Manziel. He just said that. Bobby lying, fuck. All right, Derek, please. Unless you know he's lying, don't go there. It's not the forum for it to start picking on Bobby. I don't know why you would pretend to be Bobby Bonilla. That's very strange. Calm down, Mr. Derek Miller. I knew a few players, Derek Brooks, Cadillac Williams, and Randall Barber, all here in Tampa. You don't have to prove yourself, Bobby, or defend yourself. I know who you are. I think he was more talking about Johnny Manziel, but I don't. What is the problem, Derek? All right, why do you think he's lying? What would he gain by lying about knowing Cadillac Williams? Who gives a shit about Cadillac Williams and Rondé Barber? And if he knew Tiki Barber, I'd throw him out, because I hate Tiki Barber. So who cares? So he knew some football. He knew Barry Bonds, but he doesn't even go there. He doesn't say, no, Barry Bonds. He was a teammate. We're on the Mets teams. I don't know. Well, why are you upset, Derek? What's wrong? Why are you so worried about Bobby? The laundry boy. What did you do to Derek, Bobby? Did you make him do your laundry or something? Ryan, settle down, Derek. We're just some dudes talking. Don't give yourself a heart attack. Well, I believe Bobby Bonilla is Bobby Bonilla. I showed his rookie card. It's him. As far as I know, this is Bobby Bonilla. Derek. Seriously, Derek. All right, we won't hear from Derek anymore. I don't know. He's probably just mad because I didn't want to sign an autograph for his sorry ass back in '95. All right, we won't be hearing from Derek anymore. He's in timeout chair. You won't hear from Derek. I have the controls, and Derek won't be talking anymore here. He did it to himself, unfortunately. I don't know why. We have talked to Derek before. He was always pretty nice, but okay. Anyway, it's going on 4.5 hours, so I'm like seeing stars right now. So good luck on the football. Poker New Year's Eve. Enjoy your things. The gold and silver, it'll go up soon. It has to. The market will dictate. And we'll see what happens. But hopefully it will be soon. Mr. Bonilla has one of the best contracts in history. Maybe he's been sipping on Grandpa's cough medicine. Yeah, I don't know. It's Christmas. Why are you attacking? I got nothing better to do than go on the professor's class and attack baseball player Bobby Bonilla and call him up that he's really not Bobby Bonilla. Even though I can't prove anything, I'll just I'll attack him. I don't understand that. I trust this Bobby. I don't know. I haven't met him, but it doesn't matter. He says he is. I trust that he is. I'm a trusting person. Still getting paid to do. Well, he needs to buy more gold and not worry about it because he doesn't want that paper currency shit. Just get out of as much paper as you can, and at least in the gold and silver or diamonds or some collectible or some asset. It's really all you can do. I don't know. I keep hearing the end of the world, but I keep not seeing the end of the world. I went into the grocery store yesterday and the Cheerios were on sale. So I don't know. They were like $5 on sale. You buy two at $2.50 each or something. So I don't know. Anyway, I guess that's about it. Let's go root for a big score in the Kansas game, a big score in the Oregon game, Duke to win, and then we got tomorrow Dallas, Tennessee. I have to figure out what to do with this game if it's something I can play. I hate playing big numbers favorites in the NFL. It's not scripted, but they sure as hell have trouble winning these games. How did Dallas lose to Jacksonville up 24-7 with that defense and Trevor Lawrence? And yet they end up losing 40-34 in overtime. So they go up 27 points to Jacksonville with that defense. So now you question the whole thing. So now how do I trust Dallas? And they play a 70-point game with Philadelphia in their defense. So it's just very curious. So again, we got to wait and see what quarterbacks are playing. And that includes college. There you go. I got Duke. Duke in the 3. Solid. Poor Alex. He didn't ask me. He takes UCF. I tell him to take Duke. Duke wins. Duke's got a hell of a quarterback. 43. So Duke 62. See, I like Duke better than the over. But hopefully we'll get the over in the Kansas game. Kansas, 40 points a game, and they give up 40 points a game. They have no defense. They got a great offense. The play calling's wonderful. I know. I was on Duke. I'm the sharp money. Well, where did it go? It was 3. So why do you say that? What? It didn't go anywhere. It was 3 points. It was -3 today. There was no sharp money on it. I know the line started UCF -3, but that was a week ago. It went Duke -3. But I was on Duke. The Dukies. All right. Yeah, I'm on Duke. That's sharp money. There you go. All right, everybody. I'm going to go. I'm going to eat and swim and relax. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Yeah, just kick their ass. No, thank you. I do that a lot. Hey, bud, King time. I effed up by taking the over on the Duke game. Check in here first, Ron. I played Duke, but that's okay. The problem with UCF is did their quarterback play? And yeah, they had trouble against Tulane. The quarterbacks didn't play. Mikey Keene sits out. Plumlee doesn't want to play, so the third stringer played. So I don't know if Plumlee played or not, but Duke is a very good team. So you go there. Play Kansas over. I don't know when that game starts, but that's the way to play it. I may have an Excel question for you, but I'll send you an email later. Okay, Prophet, anytime. My health's fine. I don't know. Last time I talked to you, I lost a lot of weight. My diabetes is gone. My blood pressures went from 180 to 120. I was just at the doctor for my foot. It was 124 over 84. So I was really happy about that. And Ron from Jetsty. Jetsty? I like the Jetsons. I'm from Jersey. I kind of vaguely remember you, Ron. I know it's been a while, but I'm fine. Good health. And doing more of an economics class as well as the football. Many hats I wear. All right, so I'm out of here. Have a great day. www.teaserking.com. You want to email me, you'll get the email on the homepage. Let's look forward to these bowl games. I got 5 locks coming up and 4 locks in the pro. So a lot of good, strong games. Class at 12, probably around there. I'm kind of, when I wake up and I eat and I get in the mood. So yeah, right around 12. All right. Thank you, Ron. You have a good day. Bobby, I believe you're a baseball player. You know, don't worry. You won't hear from that guy again. I have put him in the corner. All right, everybody. Have a great day. Looking forward to the bowl games and New Year's Eve and poker and all that. All right. Take care.